Hello and welcome to AIA Live. I'm Cecilia Mazeka, your host and AIA's Group Communications Director based here in Hong Kong. I'm delighted to be with you over the next several hours with programming that's been specifically designed to help you live healthier, longer, better lives. That's AIA's very own purpose. For more than a century, AIA has strived to make a significant positive impact for our customers. Our purpose guides the decisions that we make and the actions that we take as an organization, empowering and enabling people to understand and manage their health while meeting their long-term savings and protection needs. We believe that helping to create a healthier Asia is one of the most important things we can do for our communities, today and in the future. For the second year running, we bring you AIA Live to explore the real issues affecting people's physical and mental well-being, when finding and holding on to a sense of purpose in these pandemic times is challenging. Last year's inaugural event was streamed right here on AIA's Healthy Living YouTube channel, and it was phenomenal. It was viewed over 14 million times by people from over 60 countries. This year, we aim to build on that success and continue to provide you with insights, tips, advice, and personal experiences from an incredible lineup of experts, celebrities, and leading influencers in health and wellness from around the world. This includes our Global Ambassador David Beckham, international coaches from Tottenham Hotspur, celebrity chef Jeremy Pang, and many more from our inspirational AIA family of ambassadors. You'll learn more about resilience, staying active, nutrition, and being more aware of our environment. Resilience isn't built overnight and only through tough times. In fact, it is born out of everyday choices, from how we manage our emotions to finding our source of passion. Movement and activity are a huge part of our well-being. So is putting the right food into our bodies. A healthier planet also sustains all of us, and simple changes in our behavior can go a long way to improving the health of our environment. All this and more coming up next, so I hope you'll get comfortable and stay with us. Now, to help us kick off, let's hear from Stuart Spencer, AIA's Group Chief Marketing Officer.
Very big welcome to all of you joining us for AIA Live 2021. We're indeed living in uncertain and challenging times, and I know that for so many of you, your patience, positivity, and resolve has never been more tested. Nurturing mental wellness has never been more significant, and finding ways to keep your body active and nourished in times of lockdown has become much more challenging too. Waking each day with hope, motivation, and having a sense of purpose has never been more important than now. AIA's purpose is to help people live healthier, longer, and better lives. It's our core. It defines us as an organization, and it serves as our reason for being. It inspires us every single day to ensure long-term sustainability and positive social impact on our communities. We believe that helping to create a healthier Asia is one of the most important and valuable things we can do for our communities today and in the future. AIA Live is one way in which we hope to help educate and motivate and inspire you and your loved ones on journeys towards living a healthier, longer, and better life. And through our ambassadors and leading experts in their field, we're sharing personal stories and professional insights to provide fresh perspectives and new ideas around maintaining good health, wellness, and environmental sustainability. We do face real challenges in Asia, and the picture is much bigger than just the pandemic. Of course, we all know firsthand the devastating impact COVID-19 is having on people's health, how it's shuttering businesses, confining millions to their homes, and leaving the most vulnerable communities exposed to unemployment, hunger, poverty, and inequality. But even before the pandemic, populations in Asia were becoming wealthier, but they weren't becoming healthier. We continue to see the alarming rise of lifestyle disease across Asia, such as heart attack, hypertension, cancer, and diabetes, driven by the core 4 risk factors of smoking, lack of exercise, poor diet, and excessive alcohol. What's more, there's increasing evidence linking poor health and the environment. As the largest life and health and wellness provider in Asia, it's critically important for AIA to reverse these concerning trends and lead the industry by being at the forefront of change. We don't want to focus on sickness, we want to focus on health. And we don't want to focus just on life, we want to focus on living. And AIA is responding. The focus, the investment, the concentration, the prioritization of health and wellness at AIA is going to be more pronounced than ever before in our 101-year history. As an example, our AIA Vitality program is our #1 proof point, enabling healthier, longer, and better lives. It delivers meaningful health improvements for our customers, and through our millions of members, we're seeing clear and powerful results that reflect changing behavior. AIA will continue to partner with the best providers on the planet to build our ecosystem of health products, tools, and services. We'll continue to drive awareness and engage new audiences through events such as AIA Live, and by working with our family of AIA Vitality Ambassadors to share fresh perspectives and ideas around maintaining positive physical, mental, and environmental health while shaping a sustainable future for the communities we serve.
I know, I'm really excited about it.
You up for it? I'm very up for it. Look at
Everyone.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Hello everyone.
Healthier, longer, better lives all the way.
I like that one.
Really like to pick your brain.
It is down to each one of us to make a difference.
To the best of our ability in a positive manner to really uplift people.
At the end of the day, it's all the same. It all comes back to balance.
I need that in my life.
For sure.
Always.
How you doing, Sean?
I'm doing okay.
That was a little bit more challenging.
Don't worry.
Oh dear.
Maybe hello.
I loved it.
So excited to be part of AIA Live 2021.
Coming up next, what is the secret to living a happy, long life? Our next speaker is Japanese neuroscientist and best-selling author, Dr. Ken Mogi. Dr. Mogi wrote the Little Book of Ikigai, a Japanese philosophy that he believes can help us find fulfillment, joy, and mindfulness in everyday life. Dr. Mogi also wrote about the way of Nagomi, an ideology that can give us the powers to embrace anything that life throws at us and still live in peace and harmony. Look at how Dr. Mogi explains these ideas to two AIA ambassadors, Nicole David, former squash world champion from Malaysia, and Will Dasovich, a content creator from the Philippines. Meanwhile, being enlightened doesn't mean you stay static. Our global ambassador, David Beckham, gets on his feet for Tai Chi, a mind-body practice which originated in China as a martial art. There's growing evidence that this gentle form of exercise can help maintain your strength, flexibility, and balance. Sounds like the perfect activity to keep you in good health.
Hi, it's really great to be with the AIA community today. I'm Ken Mogi. I'm a neuroscientist, writer, and broadcaster based in Tokyo, Japan. And I have been studying the human brain for more than 20 years now. And recently, I have written a book titled A Little Book of Ikigai, or Awakening Your Ikigai, where I discuss this really important concept of Ikigai, which is, roughly speaking, the purpose of in your life. And, you know, Ikigai is very important to keep wellness, healthiness, and a really balanced state of your mind, and which I think is the mission of the AIA community, to have a healthier, longer, and better life. And here I talk about Ikigai, and I hope my talk will be of help to you in some way or another. Now, Ikigai is the purpose of your life, and when you think about the purpose of your life, you tend to think of really long-term big goals, like something you would like to achieve in your career, or something that you'd like to have in your life, like big houses, a lot of money, or happy family. All these things are great in terms of ikigai, but the importance of ikigai is that it can be something really small, like taking a dog for a walk in the morning, or having a cup of tea in the morning, just like I'm doing right now. And so ikigai is something that is really broad, and it can have the small things in your life and really big objects in your life. So ikigai is something that is diverse and inclusive, just like the mission of the AIA community. In Japan, people always talk about ikigai, and we, in a daily conversation, we casually ask, "What is your ikigai?" And I would probably say that running my ikigai, because I'm an amateur runner. I have run in the Tokyo Marathon many times, and running is my ikigai. But at the same time, studying the human brain is my ikigai too. And, it's a big goal in my life. But, as I said, you can start from the very small things in your life and gradually build up to achieve the really great goal in your life. So the 5 pillars of ikigai are starting small, releasing yourself, harmony and sustainability, the joy of little things, and being in the here and now. Starting small, well, it can be something as small as taking your dog for a walk in the morning or having a cup of coffee. Releasing yourself is very important because too many people are too restrained when they speak about their feelings and their opinions. So releasing yourself and being honest to your true self is very important in achieving ikigai. Harmony and sustainability. This is very important because, after all, we are living in a diverse world. And if you can just be friendly with your close ones or loved ones, that would be a really great way of achieving harmony. And that would make your life more sustainable. The joy of little things. Well, in my case, I really love to listen to my favorite music. And just, a few minutes of listening to your favorite music can give you ikigai. And being in the here and now. Now, this is very important because too many people are stressed out because they are worried about too many things. But if you know how to be in the here and now, by being like a child again, because when you're a child, you were always in the here and now when you played and when you learned, and that is a really great way to kickstart your ikigai. So no matter what you might be worried, in your daily life, if you know how to dissociate yourself with these things and be in the here and now, then you can, get a really wonderful feeling of your ikigai. So these are the 5 pillars, and these are really easy to do. It's not such a big deal. It is something that you can practice in your daily life. And if you practice these 5 pillars of ikigai, then you can really make your life healthy and balanced and happy. I have been working on a new book titled The Way of Nagomi. And Nagomi is a really interesting and beautiful Japanese concept. It refers to the harmony and balance in your life. And by achieving Nagomi, you can keep your wellness and happiness and balance of your mind in a beautiful way. And here, it is very important that from time to time in your life, you come across something that is negative, that is undesirable. And the beauty of the philosophy of Nagomi is that you can achieve Nagomi even with your negative feelings. For example, you might have some personal traits that you'd like to mend. Like in my case, I tend to have a very short attention span, and I tend to move around. And I'm not really, subdued personality. I am restless, and I have been like this ever since my childhood. But I cannot fix that because that's the way I am. So in my life, I have always tried to achieve Nagomi with my own shortcomings because you cannot really change what you are. You really need to accept how you were born, including your genetic makeups and your cultural backgrounds and so on, and try to strike a harmony or balance, if you like, with that trait. That is actually the only way to achieve wellness. And in Japan, actually, we have a really wonderful ancient technique of kintsugi. Maybe you've heard about it. So here's a cup, and sometimes it can be broken. And in Japan, traditionally, when a cup or bowl is broken, you don't throw it away. You apply the technique of kintsugi to mend the pieces and make it whole again. This technique has been applied over many, many years. And in one really famous example, they have made a whole bowl out of 53 different pieces from 53 different cups. Can you imagine it? It's called 53 pieces put together. And it's a really beautiful example of Nagomi because it shows that even if something bad happens in your life, something that is really, trying and something that would put you out of your control and balance, you can always mend it by applying this technique of kintsugi. And, in the world where we, exchange our ideas and information all over the world, this spirit of Nagomi is becoming very, very important to achieve harmony and balance, even when something goes wrong. Because in the modern world, we are bombarded with many different information, and sometimes we disagree. And sometimes we encounter people who might actually disturb us. But even in these cases, it'll be great if we can keep this spirit of Nagomi, because in that way we can live together, respecting each other's particular personalities and respecting diversity in an inclusive way. And I regard this as a particularly wonderful wisdom coming from the country that I live, Japan. Always try to keep harmony and balance within yourself and in the society, no matter what happens. This, I think, is a great philosophy of sustainability and wellness. And I do hope that the AIA community would keep going on with a good job of achieving a better, healthier, and longer life. And I think in doing that, this ancient philosophy of Nagomi coming from Japan would be of much help to you. And the importance of Ikigai is that you can start small. So after this session, please think about something that you can start today. A very small thing that can give you joy. For example, if you haven't exercised recently, why don't you run for 500 meters? That will be enough to start. Or if you have been selfish recently, why don't you be kind to your neighbor? That would give you and your brain much pleasure to start your Ikigai. And at the same time, I hope you keep Nagomi at all costs with all the wonderful and diverse people that you find around you. So I have been talking about Ikigai and Nagomi, and I hope to see you in person someday. Thank you. Hi, so I'm Ken Mogi again, and I have really wonderful two ambassadors for AIA today. And one is Nicole David, the former squash world champion. Really great to have you here. And Will Daswich, who is really a celebrity and creator of many kinds. And hello, Will.
Hey, how's it going?
Wonderful. I'm a neuroscientist, and I have been studying human brain for more than 20 years now. And I can testify that, from you two, there's this sense of joy, pleasure of life radiating from your brain. And, it's so wonderful. And I really like to pick your brain for the secret of how you do that. So, Nicole, what is your some joy in life? I mean, I know you are really great at squash, but apart from that, do you have something that people don't expect maybe from you that would actually give you a little joy in your life?
Well, apart from squash, which I love doing, and when I was competing, I get so much satisfaction and working towards getting into the zone in competition. Apart from that, I love dancing. That really because I love music and I love the beat, and that takes me away from thinking about sport. But I'm just fully immersed into dancing, enjoying the feel of music, and that helps me to with energy. But when I want some downtime, what gives me so much joy as well is drawing. When I have space, whether it's traveling or when I have time by myself, I like to just either draw like doodles or maybe do some sketches, and I have my full attention in what I'm doing at that moment. And it feels great to have that moment where you just completely blank out from the world and then just focus on what you're doing then and just feeling the moment. So those are the three things that I love doing, and also eating. Not forgetting, I'm a Malaysian, and being a Malaysian, we love our food. So indulging in nice food with my close friends and family, that's one of my hobbies, I feel.
Yeah, I really love to see your doodles someday because it must be really fantastic, creative. The same question for you.
I think the thing that makes me really feel alive, or that just gets me in the flow state, is constantly doing something new, trying something new, because that is where you learn. And I think, that's how you increase your neuroplasticity. So on the smallest scale, when I brush my teeth every day, I use my left hand because, you're learning something new on the other side of your body. But on a grander scale, and everything I do through my content, through the videos I create, I think one of the easiest ways to facilitate this is to, take you out of your comfort zone, to do things that you're not used to. Earlier in this year, I was able to do a lot of free diving, which, I've seen a lot of free diving, but I've never actually tried it. And that was one of, the most exhilarating things I've done before, but exhilarating in terms of just like finding this deep calmness within, because I was able to go underwater 100 feet, almost 100 feet, and hold my breath for over 3 minutes. And, doing these things. Yeah. And it's like, I had no idea I can hold my breath for more than 30 seconds until doing something like this, until finding this like inner superhuman within me, which is just this calmness. Once you just learn how to breathe properly and slow everything down, your body's capable of so many things. And that's just one of the many examples. And it's just finding things like this, get me in this flow state. And then sharing these experiences with my followers. That's the whole point of, why I create these videos, is to kind of reciprocate everything I'm feeling. And I try to influence other people to go out and do the same thing, because, this is for me what living is all about.
Well, that's really wonderful. And, it's quite fascinating to listen to you talk about the flow and the zone so many times. And, from neuroscientific point of view, it's achieving Nagomi, harmony with yourself, because, you're one with yourself and with your environment. And so Nico, of course, as squash world champion, you have experienced many moments of the flow and zone. Probably you can probably describe what it's like to us, maybe share your really extraordinary experience of the flow and the zone.
Well, I was very fortunate during my competition years that I had many moments of being in the zone. It's very difficult to get to that point because for me, I think it's all about the timing of your mind, your body, and what you've been practicing day in, day out, all coming together as one. And then you just go on court, literally switch off the button, and then everything goes blank. And I sometimes don't remember anything. I just sometimes just see that ball going super slow motion, and and I'm just moving without thinking because I've already first visualized it day in, day out, and my mind was ready. My body has been training to do the same movement and to do exactly what I need to do at that specific moment when that ball's being hit. I know exactly 3 or 4 steps ahead of what to do next. And my legs just go, like everything just flows. And when the match finishes and we finally win that match and everything just goes like, wow, what just happened? It really feels so good. And it's very hard to replicate that each time, but I try my best to reach to that point and keep training harder, keep working very closely on my mental training and what I have to do with my body, the physical aspect, the squash technique, that how am I going to be making it so much better each time. So that was the best experience, playing on the tour and being on the top of my game, and just knowing that at some moment you just let everything go and then it just takes over. So it's hard to replicate this now in my daily life, but I like what Will does. Like you find things that just gets you in that feel, and I would love to do those, like free diving if I had to one day to experience that feeling, and it will probably be just as exhilarating for sure.
Nico, that's quite extraordinary, and thank you for sharing your really precious experience. Will, do you have any comments to what Nico has just said? Flow, zone, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could always be in the zone and find that flow state, but Nicole is right. Sometimes it just comes, and to build on that, that's part of, I'm constantly searching for it. That is why I'm always trying these new things, because you're so present when you're in the zone. I follow a lot of neuroscientists because I love the anatomy and breaking all this down and stuff. And I believe it's called like the delta waves, when your brain gets in delta waves. It's either alpha or delta. But yeah, it's just like what Nicole said, everything slows down. And that's when I feel the most present.
So I'm just curious, Will, where are you heading from here? I mean, of course you have achieved so many things, but what is your life's ultimate goal from here?
I mean, my life ultimate goal is just to continue doing what I'm doing and to influence other people to find their passion, to stimulate passion through seeing, the way I live my life and how I was able to do it. Because it took me 25 years, or I forget how, 20 something years to figure out what it is that I really love doing. Right. And some people it takes 30, 40, 50, even 60 years. So through my videos, I kind of just show the activities I do that lead you to one step closer to finding your purpose. Actually, to finding your ikigai. That is actually part of everything I do. And something I've been saying from the very beginning is the only way to find what your ikigai is, what your purpose is to continue to go out and to continue to do as many things as possible. Because a lot of people might feel like, oh, I'm not good at anything. I'm not passionate about anything. And I just think they're young. That's my answer to you. I think you're young, not necessarily in age, but in experience. And the more you do things, you will find out what you don't like. And that'll lead you one step closer to doing what you do like.
And that's wonderful. And well, I'm sure your videos are great inspiration for many people to find their own ikigai, and that's great. And so, Nicole, what would be your ultimate goal in life?
Well, my ultimate goal would be now giving back to society, and especially from my experience with squash, I saw how much that I've learned from sport, and I want to give that to children. And through the Nicole David organization, I want to reach out to more children to just expose them to sport, to expose them to education. And from there, they can really be good people from the values that sport has to offer, because I know how much it has given me in my whole career, that now I know that those values will last a lifetime, and I want to give that nurturing path for these children as well through this organization, and to build a nice community for them to grow up in, and just give them that right support. So that's my goal, to see how I can really give that or inspire others to go for their dreams. And because I've lived my dream, and now I want to give something back in return, and hopefully they can see that that can happen in their own life as well. So, and in another part of just giving a voice for more women, having been in squash and doing something for the country, and it feels so empowering. And I know for a fact how Malaysian women or girls can have role models, maybe to see that they can do it too, and don't sell themselves short. And even our Malaysians who want to go and be good in anything they want to do in their life. So I hope that I can have this platform where I am right now to have that voice and stand up for what they truly believe in themselves, and just go for it. Don't hold back. Like what Will say, try everything. Just go out there and really find your ikigai and really make it count. And don't stop yourself from doing what you truly love, because when you stop yourself, you're just not going to give yourself a chance to do what you want to do in your life.
I learned a lot from you, two wonderful people, how to keep ikigai and Nagomi in this difficult time, and this has been great. So I'd like to close now, but at the end, I would like to ask each of you to make a closing statement to sum it up. So, Will, would you go first?
I would say do something new every single day you never done before. You know, that has kind of been my motto since I started making my videos. That is what drove me to find my purpose eventually. We might not all have, or think we have a purpose, or think we have a passion, but it's not that you don't have it. It's just that you haven't found it. So continue to try new things, continue to do something different. If you're in lockdown, if you're in quarantine, like Nicole said earlier, there's so many things you can learn online. And that's what I did. I filled myself with knowledge through listening to podcasts, watching YouTube videos, and continue to be active. Like physically, exercising can get boring, right? But if you start to find all these new exercises online, like dancing, like primal exercises, bear crawls, monkey crawls, there's all this wacky stuff online, then you can start to have fun with everything because it's new and you don't get trapped in this monotonous type of routine. So yeah, continue to do new things, try new things. Simple as that.
Beautiful, beautiful. Nicole?
Well, I just like to say, stay true to yourself. Don't let anyone tell you what you can or cannot do. And I think that's where you can start really living your life and trying the new things that Will has said. And everyone has a gift, or everyone has something in them that they can really explore and find out more about themselves. And so don't sell yourself short. Be honest and go with your gut of what you truly want, and you'll find your way, and everything will feel so good when you know what you truly want to do, and no one else can stop you from doing anything that you want in your life.
That, I think, is a beautiful closing to this talk. So thank you. Thank you, Nicole. And thank you, Will. And I hope we can get together in person sometime soon. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank
Thanks
you
so
so
much,
much.
Ken
Such
and
a
Will.
great conversation. Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Shannon Maloney and this is Sean Harris, and we are the Global Football Development Coaches for Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. We are here today with Coach Mickey, a popular fitness and nutrition instructor from Thailand. So hi Mickey, how are you?
Hi Sean, hey Shannon, I'm good, how are you guys?
Yeah, we are really good. So Mickey, I'd like you to tell us what you've been busy with. So how you've been keeping yourself healthy, what sort of things you've been doing to keep yourself active and healthy during this time.
Well, lately I've just been working out and of course training most at home. I've been using a lot of my body weights to train, not so much equipment, and watching football. The new season just got started.
Nice. Good stuff, Mickey. So usually for myself and Sean, we're the ones that are doing sessions, we're coaching other people, but today we're going to let you put us through our paces with something completely new and completely different.
Of course, I got something prepared for you guys today. It's going to be fun.
I don't know, Mickey, if I'm scared or excited.
You should be excited more than scared, but I bet you'll be tiring as well.
Okay, I like that. That's what we like. We like to sweat, we like to get our heart rates up. So we're excited.
It's good, that's good. I'm ready too.
So we've been challenged by AIA to learn this new workout routine. And I did say I was a little bit scared, but I am a little bit excited, as it's really important to explore new things. We benefit from all of these things because it's new ways for us to implement new exercises into our daily routines. So Mickey, when you're ready, myself and Sean, we're ready with you.
Are you guys ready?
I think so.
Ready. Each exercise, it's going to be 20 seconds and we're going to do them continuously on every exercise and we take a rest, alright? So like I said, it's going to take a lot of relative strength, which means you're going to use a lot of your core. And for athletes and normal population, we sometimes don't activate our core enough. So today, I think you're going to feel your core just a bit. Alright, so the first one is going to be classic plank, but we're going to do a hand plank, alright? So we're going to be on the floor like a push-up position. Put our hands around your shoulder level, about chest height. Keep our back flat. And we're going to squeeze our core, squeeze our butts tight. And we're going to go on for 20 seconds. Ready? Count down in 3, 2, 1. And we go up 20 seconds. Come on, Sean. Come on, Chandler. Let's go. 20 seconds. We got 15 more seconds. Starting off easy and it's going to get a bit harder. So you got 10 seconds. Feeling your core? Nice. Nice. 4, 3, 2, 1. And in that same position, we're going to push ourselves back like an A and back into the plank. Back to an A, back into the plank. Alright, count down. 3, 2, 1. And go. Push your butts up, butts up. Good. And forward, forward, forward. Good, 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 good. Keep your core tight. You got 10 more seconds. Come on, come on. 10 more seconds. Good. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're going to turn around. Alright, the next one, Sean and Shannon, it's going to be a reverse plank. So you're going to sit on your butts and then put your hands next to your shoulders. Keep your legs straight on your heels. Lift your butts up. So make your body straight out, straight line. Squeeze your core, squeeze your butt. Keep your chest up. and just hold for 20 seconds. So we're still working on our core, but you're gonna feel your lower back more as well. So we work the anterior shin and then we work the posterior shin as well. We got 10 more seconds. I'm sweating right now too. We got 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And still stay sitting down. Alright, so similar position, move your legs back in, closer to your body. And now you're gonna lift your butts up. And then you're gonna straight your legs out. Left and right for 20 seconds. Slow and control. Almost like an L sit. Keep your core tight. Straight your leg all the way out. Keep your butts up, butts up. Your butt's not touching the floor. Good, you got 10 more seconds. Slow and control. Good, 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 good. Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good, alright, next one, it's gonna be lateral back crawl, okay? So we're gonna put our hands down on the floor. Keep your legs bent 90 degrees, like this, if from the side way. So like a bear. Alright, good. So we're gonna come down to this position. We got this for 20 seconds as well. We're gonna go sideways. So wide step on the legs. Close, wide, close, wide, close, wide. You're going back and forth, left and right, using your core and your upper and lower body. Good, good. We got 15 more seconds. Right now I'm sweating. I'm gonna go watch you guys. Yes. Alright, ready? On my countdown. 2, 1, and go. Alright, actually go sideways, sideways, sideways. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, good, good. Just one step, one step, one step. Right and left, 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 right and left. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good, alright, we're gonna come up on our feet now. Are you guys sweating? It's just a bit hard, yes. When we move laterally, most people move this way, right? Forward, backward, and now we go lateral. Alright, so the next one, it's gonna be single leg squats. Alright, it's not gonna be piston squat. So it's one leg up, one leg on the floor. Alright, good. You can put your hands on your chest, or like this is fine. And then we're gonna do a single leg squats. Come down as low as you can, and we're gonna come up. So this is gonna work the stability of your hips, your ankle as well, and also your knee. Good. So squats down, move your butts back. So you got 15 more seconds on the one side. And then we're gonna switch side. You got 10 more seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Alright, we're gonna switch legs now. Let's go. The other leg, the other leg. Alright, we're gonna switch legs now. Come on, Sean, come on, Shannon. 1, 2, let's go. Let's go. Try to go down as low as you can. Come on, you got 15 more seconds. You got this, you got this. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Good, good. Go lower, Shannon, go lower, go lower. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And back to the first leg. We're gonna go single leg deadlift. So one leg's up, one leg's on the floor. We're gonna reach out, and we're gonna dive to the high knee. Reach out, and we're gonna dive to the high knee. For 20 seconds, ready? Yes. Out, and high knees. Out, and high knees. Good, we got 15 more seconds. So this is gonna require lots of control. See? Not many people can control one leg. Good, good, good. Breathe. Good, breathe, breathe. I'm sure you use a lot of this in a football player as well, right? Good. Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, and we switch legs. Come on, let's go. One more side, one more side. Let's go, let's go. Alright, we're gonna reach and dive your knees up. If you feel comfortable, you can dive your knees a bit quicker. So we transition from the eccentric of the hamstring to the concentric. Let's go. Good, 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 good. You got 10 more seconds. And we're on to the last exercise. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, and we go back down to the push-up starting position. So right here, we're going to the plank, and we're gonna push ourselves back to sitting on the heels, back to the plank, backs on the heels. Forward and backward. Come on, let's go. Last exercise before we take a rest. Yes, good. Don't drop your back, don't drop your back. Keep your core tight, squeeze your lats, squeeze your lats. Good. Plank, push back. 15 seconds, plank, push back. I want to see a straight line, straight line, straight line. Good, 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 good. Looking good, looking good. Good. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, and we take 30-second rest. All right, take a sip of water. It's good. So like I mentioned, the calisthenics, this what we're doing here is nothing crazy. It's using your body weight as a beginner workout to engage the core, to work on how to stabilize each joint and parts of your body and give you mobilization of your body as well. So I think everyone should be able to work with their body weight. That doesn't mean that they have to pull themselves up in one arm, but at least they can do a proper plank, they can engage the core, keep your belly button tucked in, and all these basics foundation stuff. I think it's really important, and it helps with a lot of other exercises as well, Shannon.
Perfect, thank you very much, Mickey. And just a last question I'm just going to ask. So we're beginners, myself and Sean. So is that exercise that we just did, that routine, is that a good exercise for beginners?
Definitely. So all the exercise we just did, it's a foundational movement before you start any calisthenic movement. So definitely for the beginners, they can do this exercise 3-4 times a week. Even part of their warm-up, they can do that as well.
Brilliant, thank you Mickey so much, and just a massive thank you from myself and Sean, you know, for giving us this, it's just brand new for us, and it's something that, you know, we can put into our daily life. We don't need a lot of space, we don't need any equipment, and really kind of, because at the moment if people are not going out and they're not, you know, allowed out and able to do their normal gym routines or normal exercises outside, it's just a really good way for you to utilise your body, your mobility, your strength, and I think with it as well, you can progress with it as well, Mickey. So if we work for 20 seconds and we did 5 single leg squats, maybe in 2 or 3 weeks time, we might be able to do 8 or 9 or 10 within that time period.
Yes, that's what I like about timing yourself. So you can set a specific rep as well, and then the next time you do the same exercise within that same timing, you can increase the reps. That means you're putting in more work, right?
Yes, perfect, brilliant.
So I think we're going to show you one move that you can do with a football. So we're going to try and incorporate a football. I see you've got a football there. We're just going to get our footballs.
I got mine here.
All right, Mickey, so this is what we're going to do. So it's on the floor again. We're going to put the ball between our feet. So, just to work the core, we're going to go back to forward, to back to forward. So you've got to keep the ball between your feet, Mickey. And see, can you touch the floor and come back up to the ball? Yes.
I can already feel my core.
Yes, working the core. So let's go for 10 more seconds.
Oh, what? I wasn't ready for this one.
3, 2, 1, and relax, Mickey. So that's what we can do using a football.
How was that?
I can feel a lot of my core on that one. It's burning.
Good. We can learn a lot of each other, you know, we can use the bodyweight stuff, and when we got a ball around, it's always nice to use different objects as well if you have it. Listen, really well done, we thoroughly enjoyed it, and all these exercises, obviously they help you to lead a healthier, longer and better life. It's a full body workout, easy to do at home. Anyone can do it, which is great, from beginners to experts. So I think it's really good. It's something that we're going to take on and try to promote throughout our sessions as well. So thank you very much, Coach Mickey.
Thank you, Sean and Shannon. Thank you so much for letting me join you guys' sessions, and it's really nice to work with you guys.
Okay, great. So just want to say thanks to Coach Mickey and AIA. It's a really good session, something that anyone can do at home, beginners, experts. You don't have to be a fitness expert to do it. You just need a small space and incorporate lots of different ideas. And exercises like this will always lead you to live a healthier, longer and better life. And we really appreciate it, and we're going to try and implement it in some of the sessions that we do. So thank you, Mickey. Thank you, AIA. Thank you, everyone that's watching. Really appreciate it.
AIA Singapore have challenged me to try something new as part of their 90th anniversary celebrations. So I decided to try Tai Chi, as being mentally active is just as important as being physically active. It's something I've always seen on my trips to Asia, and I cannot wait to learn all about it. Julian.
David, such a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, delighted to talk to you about Tai Chi today.
I know, I'm really excited about it because I've been traveling to Asia and obviously China a lot over the last 20 years, and I've always kind of wanted to try Tai Chi.
So when was it that you started to realise that mental well-being was important as your sort of holistic physical well-being?
Towards the end of my career, maybe the last 8 or 9 years, you know, I was thinking more on that side. But in all honesty, you know, these days, you know, I have 4 kids, so I'm constantly talking about, you know, their mental awareness, their, you know, how they're feeling mentally and physically. So that's an important part of this.
So now, David, I'd love to introduce you to someone who knows a lot more about Tai Chi than me. And this is Master Su. He's a grandmaster and he's been practicing for over 60 years.
Wow. Master Su, how are you?
How are you? I'm fine.
Nice to meet you. I'm really excited about today because I feel that Tai Chi would really help me on the mental side, on the physical side, and also to have some calm in my life. So one of the questions that I'd love to know, the deep-rooted spirituality of Tai Chi. Where does it come from?
Tai Chi is very, very old, you see. It's like from the beginning of time. And it's all about the great Tao, which is a big energy force. So when you practice Tai Chi daily, what you do is you're drawing upon the energy of the universe. And most of the energy is coming from the ground, because most energy is coming from below our feet, you see. It comes upwards. And if you stand correctly and with proper posture and breathing, you will get all the benefits of that.
On the mental well-being side, I've heard that it can really help you.
It does help you. You see, because when you do nothing and you go there, you go into a different state of consciousness, you see. So your mind starts to get calm and cool. And then you start to think clearer. You know, you seem to get stronger and stronger every day mentally. If you want to control your mind, first control your body. And when you attain that sort of calm by just breathing and not thinking of anything, what happens is your mind starts to get clear. And that's when the spirituality comes into you. You see, you say, I'm alive.
Yeah. I need that in my life. I need that in my life.
Now you want to go back, you see, you put your hand like that onto each other. Now you breathe in, going back like that with your back, and you let your hands come back by itself. You see, the movement is done by itself. See,
I like that one.
Yeah, this is very good for your system, very good.
It's useful for me.
You breathe in, and now you just open your arms, let the arms come down and come to the front. This is very good exercise.
I like this one, I'm good at that one.
It's very good, really, believe me, it's very good for you.
So how important is it for me to have Tai Chi in my life?
Well, you need to keep yourself healthy.
Yes.
You need to do the least possible and yet get maximum benefits out of it.
Okay.
Tai Chi is so soft, but yet it's very well made in such a way, coordinated, so that every muscle in your body is moving. You're moving everything and you're using your own body to move this. So that's why it's important to do it slowly and not something that is running and jumping and whatever.
Yeah, I like the idea of the movement because I think the movements, obviously, especially when you get older, you need to keep, you know, your joints moving, you need to do certain things, certain movements that really help you, and also the breathing parts. Is that a big part of Tai Chi?
Yes, it is. By regulating your breathing, your whole body, the rhythms all go into place, you see, so you're developing your own rhythms in your body, which is very important, I think. You don't believe how powerful you become.
I can imagine.
You just touch somebody, they go flying away.
I like that.
How did you feel when you were doing that?
Felt good, actually.
I could see it. I could see you come
I must
alive,
admit,
actually.
I enjoyed it, yeah. I enjoyed it. Thank you so much. It was so special today to at least spend some time with you to learn the art of Tai Chi. And you've already won me over, so I'm already a fan and I look forward to my next lesson. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Broadening one's chest.
Okay.
It's good for your lungs and all these things.
Okay.
All right? You're going to start breathing in, your arms come out. Stretch your hand out. Now, keep breathing. Go to the back. Finish, stop there. Now, hold your breath, come back. Hold your breath still. Make a circle with your hand over your head and come down. And now, breathe out. See? So breathe in. Hold it. Breathe out. Can you feel the energy in your fingers? Because you're drawing energy from the ground. It's going through your system. This is where the reservoir of energy is. They call it the Tantian.
Okay.
Tantian is the energy of stored there. All right?
Okay.
So that's the two exercises.
Tantian.
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 Yeah.
Tantian.
Like other forms of martial arts, practice makes perfect. Stay tuned on AIA Live as David Beckham shows you more Tai Chi moves. In a moment, strategies to help you discover your purpose and meaning in life with Ian Jones, former New Zealand rugby player from the All Blacks, and with Tim Jarvis, conservationist and environmentalist from Australia. You'll also hear from husband and wife team Nico and Selene Bozico, who put their efforts into supporting sustainable living. What sustains all of us is exercise, and how much better when you can do it with your children. AIA ambassadors Anton Del Rosario and Beck Judd will show you how. A great way to find balance is being still. Dr. Jamie Lee will demonstrate how meditation can bring you calm. Then, celebrity chef Jeremy Pang and our Tottenham Hotspur international coaches will challenge each other in the kitchen, putting their skills in food and fitness to the test.
My name is Tim Jarvis. I'm an environmental scientist and explorer and filmmaker and Vitality Ambassador. I'm very proud to be one. And I use my expeditions and films and speaking to try and get action in the sustainability space.
Kia ora, my name is Ian Jones, former All Black from New Zealand. I'm also an AIA Vitality Ambassador and the co-founder of a food kitchen, not-for-profit food kitchen here in Auckland called Eddie's Meals.
Hi, I'm Selene. I'm an actress and artist and business owner here in the Philippines. I wish to be able to inspire the younger generation to pursue their passion and their dreams. And also an AIA ambassador. Don't forget.
Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality.
Hi, I'm Nico Bolsico. I'm Solene's husband, first of all, and I'm an agricultural entrepreneur. We have several projects in the Philippines associated with agriculture and trying to contribute to the food security of the country. And of course, I'm a proud Vitality ambassador also.
If you have a sense of purpose, it's all about really having a why. And the what and how can change in accordance with the way a landscape changes. And, you know, I speak to a lot of corporate organizations and take, for example, a fossil fuel energy company, and their why is about, you know, providing energy to people so they can live wholesome, fulfilling lives and run their businesses and support their families and things like that. I don't have a problem with the why. It's just that the what and the how maybe needs to change. But my point is their vision of why they're doing it can remain the same, but the how they deliver it can change to become something more suited to the planet we all want to live on. So once you have a why really firmly in your mind, you can change the what and the how while remaining consistent to what your vision is. So yeah, look, that's a long preamble, but I mean, look, I apply the same thinking in the environment space, which is where I kind of work, if you like, and I wear so many different hats. I lobby government. I'm trying to ensure we set up a marine protected area in the Antarctic that approximates about 1 million square kilometers. It corresponds to Australia's land-based territory in Antarctica. I provide a lot of advice to corporate organizations and to politicians to try and make them more accountable and more responsible and get better outcomes. and I run a reforestation project called the Fork Tree Project, which is about setting an example as to what is possible for people on the land. And you know, I think the answer to the question is there is no one way of achieving a more sustainable planet. You need to you know, spread yourself quite thin and try lots of different angles to get outcomes achieved, and that's what I tend to do.
We started a company called LM10 Corporation. LM10 is because of Lionel Messi and the number 10 in the back, so completely no associated with agriculture. I'm just a big fan of him since 10 years, so I saw it coming. And we did several things, and it's always aligned with bringing more efficiency into the agricultural chain. For example, getting the waste and turn it into something that can be used in the Philippines. A quick example is getting the feathers from chickens that are being thrown away and contaminating the environment. We get those and we turn them into feather meal. Feather meal is one of the raw materials that is used for fish feeds. So basically, you are turning something that is being contaminated environment into a product that the Philippines used to import, or is still importing, but importing less. So with that and different laboratories, but also we focus on making the whole sector, because when you look at the supply chain, the agricultural chain in the Philippines have the capacity of being self-sufficient in terms of food production, but there's a lot of inefficiencies in the middle that are where the loss are. So we're trying to solve those and always making sure that we empower Filipinos in the sense to think that things can be done locally. There is a lot of a misconception, I would believe, that Filipinos believe that if it's imported, it's better. And we can show that if we do it locally, we can do it as good as we do it from abroad.
I'm a goal-orientated type of guy. If I have a goal, if I have a purpose, I actually have a direction. And once I pick that goal, the purpose behind it actually gives me, like Tim talks about very strongly, the why. Why do I get out and raise awareness? Why do I get out and do the training to undertake these kind of epic challenges? Why do we sacrifice time? Little differences to you make huge differences to other people. And this is where Eddie's Meals, a food kitchen that we set up 3 years ago, just firstly to share our blessings. Actually, I have a very blessed family. I have a wonderful wife, great kids, live in a nice part of town. And whilst we work very hard to get all of that, it's nice to be able to share all of that as well. So we started Eddie's Meals, and it brings the community together. And that really is the purpose, to bring the community together. And from once they bring a community together, amazing things can happen. They form their own support networks. They form their own community and bonds. And it's really what's driven us. And it's given other people, my friends, other people of with blessed lives, the opportunity also to share. And as everyone will know out there, the more you give, the more you actually get back.
Well, purpose in general is something that may seem so simple, but it is a very difficult thing to kind of visualize. Like, what's your purpose? It's not always so easy. And I think that our purpose changes at every stage of our life. I don't think we're born with a purpose, and I don't think that purpose is actually, it's more like a dream. It's not something really achievable because it changes all the time, but purpose is more the tool, the kind of tool that human uses to be able to achieve that healthier, better life. So for me, my purpose back then was to help the young generation see things clearly and everything. But now my purpose is my daughter's, giving her a better future, making sure that the world runs correctly for her, and what steps I can take to help achieve this purpose I have for my daughter. And so this will be teaching her, to surround herself with the right people, how to be able to say no to certain things, to be passionate about the things she does in the future. All of this kind of forms the purpose for each person and each individual. And I do believe that, yes, purpose just changes all the time. So it's just very important to know that whatever your vision is, it will take time, and you need to be patient.
I agree with what Selene was saying before. You know, sometimes your sense of purpose in life grows and you have these light bulb moments where you think, this is now the way in which I can be most effective, and this is what it is that I need to be doing. And then that may change over time. I think for me, there are probably two things. One is I get the opportunity to travel to some very, very remote places. You know, Antarctica it's a big place. And you know, not many people down there, and yet you still see the human footprint, even in the most remote parts of the world. And so there was, I suppose, that was one realization I had, that you know, you see vapor trails of aircraft in the sky. You find bits of rubbish in the ocean, even in the remotest parts of the ocean. And so that instilled a sense of urgency to want to do something. That was the first thing. And the second was the fact that, you know, I do a lot of speaking about leadership and problem solving and teamwork and that kind of thing. And I realized the experiences that I've had over 25 years of doing these expeditions, many of the lessons actually can be repurposed and applied to some of the environmental kind of problems we're facing. You know, you break a big challenge down into small pieces, you celebrate victory, you recruit better than you understand if you want to get a team of people pulling in the same direction, you've got to appeal to them with slightly different language to the different individuals, acknowledging that everyone's different.
I think, you know, going back to also what Tim mentioned before, the why. So when I started the company, I was 27. It was just myself, and I really had not much experience on managing anything or anyone, and started in a way like not very clear why we need to do this, and I started by myself at the very beginning, and it was the only time I realized that I was really passionate about and motivated about it when we started bringing people into the company, and then you see people getting motivated, not by, you know, pay by the salaries or by, you know, whatever benefits they get, but why we're doing that. So I think it's a matter of I never actively try to. I don't see myself as a good leader. I mean, I always do it, and then if people see me doing it, they do it as well. Like when I go to the plants, I'm always, you know, grab a tool and get dirty myself. So it's like, you know, I'm more into the operations, and that was one way of getting people, you know, like excited about it, seeing like, okay, he's doing it, we should all do it. And after I saw that happening, it was about keep repeating the messages, like, guys, why are we doing this, right? Like there are good days, there are bad days, there are days that everything goes wrong, and there are days that it seems that we are at the top of the world, but none of those days are representative because it's just one day. You need to look at the whole story, reminding everyone that we're doing this for the country, we're doing this for food security, we're doing this for the environment, we're doing this for reasons beyond ourselves and beyond money, beyond anything else that that is not materialistic. That's when people understand that it's like, okay, those bad days are just a bad day. We are so clear, and we all know why we're doing that, and those bad days are just gonna pass. And I think the big realization was that when I have those bad days, and I was the one getting a bit sad or things were not working, and seeing the people you work with, the ones that you were trying to motivate at the beginning, motivating you back, saying we can do this, and pushing you, means that like they're so on board with the purpose, they're so on board with the why we're doing this. I think that's probably the most rewarding aspect of doing all this.
Yeah, but it sounds to me like you've got a lot of the characteristics of a good leader. You walk the talk, you put your money where your mouth is, you look after your people, you're concerned about them, you've stepped up, you picked a problem, and you're trying to solve it, and you solve it by setting an example. I mean, I think that's putting your money where your mouth is and actually doing it is for me, that's good leadership.
That means a lot coming from you. I mean, looking at you, Tim, and you, Ian, what you guys do, it makes me feel like we should do more. Like when I see what, you know, guys like you, because you guys put your money and your time and everything in a big purpose, like it's like really bigger than ourselves, and it's basically something that we always look up to, and like we always feel like we should do more. And looking at people like you is what a lot of times what motivates us also. So thank you so much for your kind words. It means a lot.
and seeing people achieve, seeing people, celebrate their story. And everyone out there has a story, and I love to be able to hear those stories, let them share those stories, give them that respect that they deserve. I love to see people grow during that time. So that's all kind of part of the purpose we do when we do volunteer work or, open our community food kitchen, which is an incredible part. And the other thing I want to really pick up on, Tim, which is we often get overwhelmed by purpose or the task in hand. It's huge. I'm training for an Ironman at the moment. I've done some epic outdoor swims, and they are overwhelming to the extreme. But like everything, if you can absolutely break them down into bite-sized chunks, manageable little portions, tick those little goals off along the way, you achieve amazing things. I mean, you are saying you can't eat an elephant in one go, right? But you can if you break it down.
Yeah, so it's very important to be positive. And of course, when we live in times like this pandemic, it's important to help guide people. I've a lot of people that have messaged me privately and opened up about certain issues that they can't really open up to someone else about. So I kind of help in that way. And then when it comes to my art, since I'm not really someone that's too vocal, I do everything. All my emotions are shared on my art. And I recently had an exhibit on actual environmental changes in the Philippines and on poverty as well. And I kind of based the whole exhibit on that. And I've had so many people, come up and say that they were like, everything kind of became clear to them. And the way you get to touch people with something so simple just makes it so magical and so powerful that, of course, like this keeps me motivated and wanting to help others and, help in my own way. Like a lot of my profits from my exhibit also go to charity foundations to help the street children, just small steps at a time.
Well, I think the thing is to think that, next time you're sitting there and you feel that there's a problem that you've been made aware of that should be being dealt with, why don't you try and be the one who takes it on or find out more about it? Try and be the solution. And it's a very empowering experience to go on the journey of realizing that you can actually make a difference. There isn't a magical group of people who solve these problems. It's us. We are the ones, and why not make it you?
Goals don't have to be bigger than the next person. Goals don't have to be to absolutely save the hemisphere. Goals can be what you absolutely need at that time in your life and that moment in time, and that is a goal that's going to suit you. And along the way, like Tim said, if you can pick up some rubbish along the way, if you can plant some trees in your back garden, that is all doing the purpose. You are all helping in your own small ways. So don't feel like you have to kind of take on too much, because bit by bit we will make a difference. But make sure you're the person that makes a difference.
And it's an honor to share the screen with people like Tim and Ian. We feel like, you are people that we look up to, and as you said, Ian is like making small changes, but you guys are making, you have been doing small changes for such a long time that you're already making huge impact. So we're honored to share this conversation with both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, thanks for joining and welcome to AIA Live's 60-second challenge, where I'm going to be challenging Shannon, one of the Global Spurs coaches, and you're going to be challenging me to something completely different.
Okay, right, your challenge is this orange, vital part of this. So
that's not a football.
No, that's not a football, but we are going to be doing a wall sit challenge. You're going to sit against the wall in an L shape, and you have to keep that orange. You have to squeeze your legs together and keep that orange while keeping your core straight.
And I can't have a chair?
You can't have a chair.
Right. Show me how to do it.
Okay, right. So, nice little space against the wall, legs out in front, the orange there, 60 seconds. That can't hit the floor.
We've got fruits, we've got vegetables, and mine's a vegetable challenge.
Okay.
So I'm going to teach you how to make a cucumber snake.
Okay.
My right hand is hitting the board with the tip of my knife every time,
Right.
but leaving a slight gap between the knife and the board.
Okay.
Okay? So I can go at a diagonal sort of slant across the cucumber whilst my crab is crawling back all the way along. And then you turn that over the other side and then you do the same again. And once you're done, you should be able to then move your snake around. Let's do this.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go. God, that hurts.
Oh, how are you feeling? Because my crab's moving.
Just don't talk to me right
my
now.
snake's moving pretty well. Oh,
Whoa.
I think I've just cut maybe a bit of a vertebrae out of him, or.
Gosh, this is hard work. How do you guys do it?
Oh, I'm going to the beat. I'm going to the beat. The crab's moving.
I'm gonna just zone out for a little bit.
I mean, does someone want to give me another one? So I reckon I've nailed this one.
Wow.
Right, hang on.
I'm very impressed.
Here we go. I think job in the
Actually,
making.
you know what? Presenting whilst doing the L-shaped orange trick is harder than presenting whilst cooking.
Do you reckon?
I think so.
How far do you think we're in yet? The leg's starting to
I'm
shake
about to pass
yet?
out.
No? It's a bit warm in here. Okay, I reckon, I don't know, 20 seconds left. Do you know what, guys?
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh, guys.
1. Whoa! I can't move.
Okay, what do we think of the snake?
That is 10 out of 10. A
Oh,
round of applause.
look
That
at
is amazing.
that.
Really, really. That's the first time you've ever done that.
Yep.
People often ask, what use is a cucumber snake?
Right.
Not much, to be honest, so we're going to make a salad out of it. So we've got your chili oil there. So it's about a teaspoon of chil chow chili oil. Some light soy sauce, some chinkiang black vinegar, which is like rice vinegar made from a black rice husk. And then some honey, not too much, about a teaspoon of honey, and some sesame oil. Give that a good mix along with this extra chili if you like. And pop your snake onto the plate and then pour the salad dressing over the top. Really, yeah, really great. Look at that. Whoa.
Lovely.
So, have you enjoyed it?
I have enjoyed it, and I've learned something new today.
Well, you've pushed me to my limits, and I'm still sweating from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys, it is always good to challenge yourselves. You know, get out, do something new, and especially if you do something new and challenge yourself with completely different things, you'll definitely live healthier, longer, better lives.
Welcome. I'm Dr. Jamie Lee, AIA Vitality Ambassador, and today I will be your guide on a very special meditation. Being part of the AIA family means that we deeply care about each other. We care about you. This guided meditation is offered as a way to create a deeper connection to your being. To be the difference, this is one way you can connect to your own individual power. And this enables us to take another small step on our journey towards a healthier, longer, and better life. Today's intention is to take a moment for ourselves, a moment of stillness, of calm, amongst our busy lives. With that said, let's get comfy and begin. Find yourself a comfortable chair or a seat on the floor. Sit with a straight back, not ramrod straight, but imagine a string gently pulling you up from the top of your head. Let's start by taking a deep inhale through your nose. And as you exhale, gently close your eyes. Feel your feet on the floor. Your sit bones on the chair or perhaps on the floor. Rest your hands on your knees or in your lap, whatever way is comfortable for you. Just giving ourselves a moment to settle in and to settle down. Notice any tension in your face, your jaw, your neck and shoulders, and slowly let it go. Now, notice your breath. Simply observe your breath neutrally. Don't try to control it or change it. It simply is. Notice where you may feel your breath. Your belly, your chest, your nose. Is it even, jagged, smooth, choppy? And continue focusing on your breath. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Feel your breath move in and out of your body. Inhale and exhale. Now, let go of your attention on your breath and open up your mind to whatever arises. Whatever comes up. It may be a sound, a thought, a physical sensation. Just notice it. Observe it neutrally, like a witness. Don't engage it. Don't try to make it go away. Just simply watch it. If your mind wanders and follows a thought or sensation, gently let it go and focus on your breath. You can even name it. Thought, email, warm, tingling, and gently let it go and come back to your breath. Gently let go of your attention on your breath and open up your mind again to whatever arises. Whatever comes up, just notice it. If your attention wanders and follows a thought or sensation, gently let it go and come back to your breath. Take a moment to thank yourself for making room in your day to dedicate it to you, your health, and your well-being. Let's take one more breath in together and gently sigh it out. Now bring your attention back to your body, back into this room. And when you're ready, slowly open your eyes. As you sit, notice how you feel. As you go on with your day today, always remember, no matter how big or small, you have the power within you to make a difference, to be the difference. Have a beautiful day.
What's up, everybody? So it is Obstacle Friday and we're here to run a family obstacle. What's that face? Are you ready? Yeah. Are you ready?
Yeah,
What are we gonna do?
We're gonna show the obstacle and then we're gonna do the obstacle. So as you can see, there's skateboards over there. And what we're gonna do is race all the way to the wall over there.
Okay. Why don't we show an example? Let's get on the skateboards and let's go. All right. Go on. Don't run over my feet, man. Go. Let's go. Okay. This is just an example, man. So we get here. What do we do from here?
We'll do wall push.
Okay, wall push. Let's see. See, from this point, I think we got to warm up our legs a little bit. So we start doing.
Squats.
How many squats are we doing?
5.
So we do 10.
Yeah, 5.
Rochambeau. 1, 2, 3. I win.
Hey!
Okay, so we go 7.5.
Okay.
Okay, so we meet in the middle. Okay, ready? Let's do it. 1. And then what do we do? And then we race down.
Up again?
All right, I'm coming.
One more time?
Wait, you gotta go up and around. Up and around, right? We gotta jump over the wall. Okay, so here we go. Parkour! Over the wall. So we get down here, and we do our stuff. That's how we're going to do it. So we share, right? And then we do it this way. 1. Oh, and it's a swing and a miss. How many strikes you get? 3. And then it's my turn. 1 strike. Oh, take off. My turn, go. So, we're coming over here because we want to work on some hand-eye coordination. So we got our bat and our ball, and we want to make sure that we strike it at least once out of 3 times. Now we're off, and it's a little parkour session. Where do we go? Oh, you got to jump over it. Jump over. All right. And back onto the skateboards. Okay.
Now, we're gonna warm up, we'll do it properly.
All right. So, just like Miles said, now that we got our warm up in, it's time to go. You ready? All right. Now that the introduction is done, we're gonna get at it for real. Are you ready? You sure? Mm-hmm. Okay. Like we said, remember, stretch before any exercise. Stretch. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. What else you gotta stretch before?
Nothing.
Just exercise. Are you ready? Sure. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Squats. Squat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go. Go. One more! Did you do 2?
No, he didn't.
You only did 1! He'll make up for it at the end. He'll make up for it at the end. Let's go. How many sit-ups? 10 sit-ups. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Strike 2. Let's see. Strike 3 is my turn. Yes. Nope. You gotta wait now. Oh, strike 1.
Strike 1. Strike 2. Strike 3.
Oh my God, you're so lucky. Woo, strike 1. Don't throw so high. Side 2. There it is. Go. Where's my ball? Come on. That way. There it is. We're going home, baby. Where is he? He's down. He's done. You're all good. Okay. I'm a sweaty mess. Good game. Well done. Well, that was fun. Wasn't that? I like your shirt, by the way. Who's autographed that?
David Beckham.
Really?
Yeah.
David who?
Beckham.
What are you wearing that shirt for? You gotta hang that up.
Hi everybody, welcome to the Judd Indoor Olympics. We've set up a little obstacle course. I'm going to quickly run you through it, and then all of the Judd kids in their costumes are going to have a go. We're going to time them. Whoever gets through the course first or fastest is the winner. So the first stop is we crawl under the shark infested tunnel waters. Yeah. Then we climb over our obstacle course. Then we do 10-star jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we climb over the couch to the end. Woo! Then we get our tennis balls with the tongs. Woo! And we put them in each bowl as fast as we can, like this. Woo. Okay? Then we play some keepy-uppy. Okay, so it's 10 reps. 2, 3, 4, 10 of them, you get the picture. Then finally, popcorn push-ups. 2 of these. You're not allowed to use your hands.
Is that on your head, Billy?
And then you cross the finish line. Woo! And then you are done. Fastest Judd wins. Good luck, competitors. Darcy, Judd, how you feeling?
Good.
How you feeling about the scary sharks under the table? You feel good? All right, on your marks, get set, go! Judd, are you ready?
Yeah.
What about Bun?
Yeah.
Is he coming?
Yeah.
Or I don't think you can climb and do keepy-uppy with Bun.
I don't think Bun
With the sharks. Maybe leave Bun behind. All right, you at the starting line?
Yeah.
All right, Billy, you ready on the timer? On your marks, get set, go! Oh, 2 minutes 47. How do you feel, Tom?
Good.
Was it fun?
Yeah.
What was your favourite bit?
The balls.
The balls? Yeah, good job, buddy. Judd, are you ready to go, Oscar Judd?
Yeah.
Talk me through your outfit. On your marks, get set, go. How was that? What was the time, Billy? 1:05. Your marks. Get set. Billy. Go. Billy Judd is the winner! Everybody say hooray! Good job, Billy. Well done. Hi guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed that on behalf of myself, the Judd family, and the AIA Vitality team. That was a lot of fun. The most important thing is that you keep moving as a family and enjoy those special times together. I hope you got a giggle out of that. And how good were the kids? They loved it. The house may be a mess, but at least it kept them entertained. Stay home, stay safe, take care. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for AIA Live. We have an exciting lineup of special guests and AIA ambassadors for you, sharing stories and ideas on how we can live healthier, longer, better lives. I'm Cecilia Mazeka, your host and AIA's Group Communications Director. Coming up next, food brings people together. Chef Jeremy Pang and his son Theo team up to show you simple recipes that make cooking fun and a great way to bond as a family. The rise of gaming in a COVID world. Does it make everyone who plays video games a couch potato? Our next set of guest speakers challenge that assumption. Find out how some gamers can enjoy their digital playtime and live a balanced life. Matthew Stewart from Riot Games and Filipino gaming content creator Elodia Gosenfio tell us more. We'll also hear from our AIA ambassadors, including David Beckham, on how to stay mentally positive. But first, let's focus our attention on the environment. What is the connection between climate change and our health? What must be done to create a more resilient and healthier population? Here are some insights from a leading public health professor, environmentalist, and an agent of change.
Welcome to all of you who have joined us today for the AIA Live 2021 Environmental Wellness Dialogue. My name is Jessica Chiam, founder and managing director of EcoBusiness, and I'm delighted to be your host and moderator today. Now, the topic for today is an exciting and timely one. I think we all acknowledge now that climate change poses various threats to the health and well-being of humanity. The increased impacts of extreme weather events, rising pollution, infectious diseases, and changes in food security affects both the physical and mental health of billions across Asia. As the issues around climate change gain wider attention, it is also starting to impact people's well-being. A growing stream of studies have looked into how people's emotions and life evaluations depend on environmental factors, including temperature, air pollution, infrastructure, and natural disasters. There is therefore an urgent need to inspire collective action, especially among the youth, who will be our leaders of tomorrow. We thank AIA for organizing this important discussion, and we have very distinguished speakers to share their perspectives with us today. And I'd like to introduce them now. They are Mr. Renzo Guinto, Associate Professor, Practice of Global Public Health, Inaugural Director of the Planetary and Global Health Program at the St. Luke's Medical Center, College of Medicine. We have Mr. Tim Jarvis, an explorer, environmental scientist, founder of the Fork Tree Project, and AIA Vitality Ambassador, Australia. We also have Ms. Zhang Tingjun, co-founder of the Chain Reaction Project. Thank you so much, speakers, for joining us today. We have a lot to cover today, so I'm going to dive right in. The first topic on hand is climate change and health. And perhaps I can invite Renzo to share your thoughts on this perspective before inviting the other speakers. Renzo, over to you.
Climate change is already happening now. A few weeks ago, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, released a report saying that every region in the world is already experiencing changing weather patterns, increasing ambient temperature, and increasing precipitation or rain as well. And so the world is changing. Of course, COVID has dramatically changed the world already, and climate change is certainly at its backdrop. And of course, climate change is going to affect not just a single disease group. It's affecting infectious diseases like dengue and malaria, which are still very much prevalent here in Asia Pacific, but also non-communicable diseases like heat stroke, heart attacks because of exposure to, for instance, extreme heat. And there's also growing evidence that climate change is also affecting our brains and hearts. The growing effects on mental health, both in terms of, the abrupt extreme weather events, when there's a typhoon or an extreme flooding and it displaces populations. So these are just some of the grave effects on climate change, on health. They're not effects for the future. They're already happening now while we are still fighting an unseen coronavirus.
Perhaps I turn to Tim. Share with us your thoughts on this issue.
But I guess from my point of view, I tend to divide environment and particularly climate change and health into two sort of buckets, if you like. The first is the positives associated with a good quality environment, and the second, the negatives associated with a bad quality environment. And I think the negatives associated with the bad quality environment are quite well known. It's things like air pollution, and the figure that you quote is a well-known figure of 7 million deaths a year attributable to poor air quality. But of course, you have things like microplastics in the environment. And then you have all the negatives associated with climate change: extreme weather, viability of people's business, mental impacts upon them, spread of disease. But then the positives of a good environment are things like the microbes that are present in things like plants and fungi. Actually, it has been cited as the fact that them having a positive physical benefit on people's immune systems, for example. And in terms of lower cortisol levels, lower stress levels associated with nature, again, I think it is now pretty well understood. I think people intuitively understand that they feel better when they're kind of in nature. And I think the indirect attention, as psychologists like to call it, of spending time in nature has a very calming effect on us, both mentally and physically. So climate. So I think there's two things we can do. We can make ourselves individually more, and our businesses and our way of life more resilient, but we can also make sure we're not adding to the problem.
Thank you so much, Tim. I think you make a very good point there about being responsible investors, or rather stewards of our finances as well as resources and the way that we live. Renzo, coming to you as a doctor, what must be done really to create a more resilient and healthier population in light of the climate crisis that we're seeing?
Strengthening our systems, our health systems, to be able to, respond to the health consequences of climate change. COVID-19 is actually a dress rehearsal. We realize that our health systems are not ready for pandemics. All the more they're not ready for the long-term consequences of climate change. And so, as we proceed with the post-COVID recovery process, I hope that the future health systems will not just be resistant to future pandemics, they're also ready to address the myriad health effects of climate change that we just talked about a while ago.
Over to Tingjun. When it comes to climate change and health, how much do you think we as individuals can make a difference?
I'm going to take it down to a very granular sort of individual, I am a person level, how it has affected me. And then I think in terms of what the individual perhaps can do. Don't worry, in a super nutshell. I think I have worked in the space of disaster relief for a number of years. And now I work in an ambulance as a medic. So I've seen the effects that climate change can have on countries, on communities, on individuals, and then now in the back of an ambulance, really on sort of a really face-to-face kind of level with the people that we have come through. But I think for me, living in Singapore, I've always seen these disasters as something that happens outside of Singapore. We don't have natural disasters here. Natural disasters, I think, is what is most closely associated with climate change, at least here in Singapore. Pollution, perhaps, when we look to other countries and we're like, oh, the air quality is bad. And we have that here too with haze, of course. But I think that what we are seeing in Singapore here, and that change in mindset that is coming down to the individual. But honestly, in the last couple of years, it has been raining incessantly. We have had these huge downpours, we've had flash floods, we've had weather that we haven't seen before, right? And Singapore as an island, with only 30% of our country, is less than 5 meters above sea level, right? If you talk about rising sea levels, it's having a direct impact on us now, and we're seeing that.
I would like to thank all our speakers for such an insightful and exciting discussion. You've been listening to AIA 2021 Environmental Wellness Dialogue, and with me is Mr. Renzo Guinto, Mr. Tim Jarvis, and Ms. Zhang Ting Jun.
My son Theo's eating habits before lockdown were pretty terrible. He wasn't great with vegetables. He liked sort of 1 or 2 vegetables, but he just was really reluctant to try anything new.
That's not fair.
It is, I just sliced it really thin. During the pandemic, I spent a lot more time at home, like everyone has, and in the evenings, twice or 3 times a week, I'd then sort of be making breakfast, cooking lunch and dinner every single day. But what really changed Theo's sort of attitude to eating was getting him involved. I was sick and tired of sort of being stuck in the kitchen all the time and on the screen otherwise. And so I thought, let's take the cooking outside. I kind of used the foods that I knew Theo loved to eat, but started to make them fresh from scratch. I started to get him to whisk things like pancake doughs. But then eventually I also realized that he loved certain vegetables like carrots, cucumber, celery. Those are his 3 favorite vegetables. So that's where things like this Vietnamese pancake come from, where it's really very light, healthy. Those sorts of dishes are fantastic and really good for the whole family, but they are led by my son, who now at 4 years old loves to eat. He knows now that part of the reward of making that food is being able to eat it. The Vietnamese pancake, bánh xèo, it's really simple ingredients. You've got your rice flour, a very light flour, turmeric, which is there for the color, but it's also really good for you, coconut milk and water mixed together. And actually, for this recipe, we didn't put any salt in at all. Pan fry it on a low to medium heat, and when it really crisps up on the bottom, then the rest of the pancake will be fully cooked. That is delicious. That is the best pancake you've ever made. Is it this good, or is it...
This good!
That's good. And so my learning from this whole process is that getting the kids involved in cooking your dinners and not thinking that they would necessarily have to eat anything different. It's more following their lead, allowing them to tell you what they want you to eat. It doesn't matter whether you're outside in your own garden or a balcony, or even if you've just decided, today I'm not going to cook in my small kitchen, I'm going to cook on the dining table, or I'm going to cook in front of the TV. So we're actually doing something in front of the TV as opposed to just sitting on the sofa. It just doesn't matter. If you change the environment in which you're cooking or doing that activity, it suddenly becomes more fun. Yay! Thank you, Theo.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Mon Gutierrez, a proud AIA family member, entrepreneur, and of course, a fitness enthusiast. And joining me today, co-hosting with me, my brother in the AIA family, Will Dasovich. Hey, Will.
Hey, how's it going, man? Great to be here. This is going to be a different, exciting talk today. And for those who don't know, I am also a member here of AIA, and I'm a content creator and also a part-time gamer. And this is something I've actually never spoken about in any sort of type of form or event or anything. So yeah, let's jump into this.
Well, I'm glad you're here with me because today we will be talking about the fascinating world of gaming and esports. And frankly, I don't know much about it, but I did do some research. So let me spell out some facts. Around the world, there are around 3 billion gamers just this past year, Will. Did you know that?
Well, no, I had no idea. That's a lot. That's a lot of people.
Way too many people. Yeah, and of course, they're no longer the minority. Gaming and esports is bigger than ever. And of course, part of this was fueled by the pandemic, COVID-19. A lot of people were forced to stay home. A lot of people picked it up as their new hobby. And it's not just a hobby nowadays, it's also a form of socializing. I think people can talk to each other on these gaming platforms. You bring out your competitive side. And of course, a lot of people also do it professionally, like some of the people who will be joining us today. So today we're gonna remove all the myths, all the negative talk about gaming, and hopefully our two guests can help us answer all of those questions. We'll be joined with two prolific gamers in the scene. Of course, Alodia Gusingfiao from the Philippines, also known as Senpai Alodia of the Philippines, who is a cosplayer, a popular gaming content creator, and of course, somebody close to Will and my friend. And of course, we also have Matthew Wong Stewart from Singapore, who you may recognize from his esports commentary, and who is also currently community and channel lead at game publisher Riot Games. Hi guys, thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Now, to the viewers out there who don't know much about gaming, can you just tell us a little bit about what you both do?
Yeah, I'm a full-time gamer and I've been doing this since forever. I'm just kidding. But people probably know me because of my cosplay, but what actually pushed me to do cosplay was gaming. So eventually down the road, I was able to find a team and create like a group, a company who is able to support fellow gamers as well to make this a full-time career.
That's awesome. Imagine like something you love and then creating a career out of it. That's like the dream, right? What about you, Matthew?
Oh, I'm definitely not as well known as Alodia. Even Marvel actresses know who Alodia is. But I did esports commentary for about 8 years. I commentated on various League of Legends esports leagues, such as the Oceanic Pro League, the League of Legends Pro League, as well as the Garena Pro League. And I've since stepped back from esports commentary, joined Riot Games as a full-time community and channel lead for Southeast Asia. So I work with a small regional team across Southeast Asia that works with our various communities, influencers, as well as manages all the different social media channels for Riot in Southeast Asia.
Matthew, I just have a question for you. I mentioned earlier that there's 3 billion gamers around the world. Being the publishing lead, that number rise also like in Asia? Was there also a surge of gamers in Asia? Did you see that? Did you feel that?
I have seen year on year the amount of people playing video games in general has grown, and it has been an upward trajectory for the last 8 years. The pandemic, as unfortunate as it has been, it has also increased the number of people playing these games. And while I would do everything I could to prevent the pandemic, if it was absolutely possible, it's not the situation anybody wants to be in. Video games have given people different ways to socialize and to connect during a very difficult time. And we have seen more people pick up games so that they can do more normal-like things with their friends, like talking over while playing a game or connecting with new people during the pandemic.
I want to understand that, do you think all these stereotypes of gaming have evolved and changed, or are there still a lot of people that believe in all these old stereotypes about gamers?
I think it is evolving, but the stereotype still does exist. I mean, my parents were both athletes. So growing up, I was in that household environment of you have to go and play sport, go outside, kick a ball, go for a swim, go for a run, and that was it. Video games was a complete taboo, and they were very much of the mindset of if you're playing games, you're wasting your time, you're going to get lazy, you're going to be a couch potato. Even though I've made a career out of playing and commentating and now working for a video game company, my mom still thinks that. She's very proud of all the things that I've done, but she's still very much so, oh, you shouldn't be playing too many video games because you're going to get lazy. But we are seeing a larger shift around the world towards the stereotypes that are attributed with video games. Nike made a really good push for this when they started making video game athletes in China their ambassadors, such as Uzi from a few LPL teams. And we're starting to see more and more gamers and more influencers within the gaming scene show that, playing video games and enjoying video games as your hobby doesn't mean that you're lazy. It doesn't mean that you're a couch potato. It's simply what you enjoy doing in your free time. And there are other things that you can do when you're not playing video games, like keeping up with a healthy lifestyle, like exercising or making sure that you're staying fit and active. And at the same time, video games do have their own medical benefits as well. It helps with your cognitive ability. It helps with development of speech. It helps with development of social skills as well. And we've seen lots of studies coming out supporting these facts. I think the right thing that people need to take away is that anything can be unhealthy when it's done in excess. The same thing here with video games. And addiction is a real thing. But what we need to really separate is that people who play video games aren't all lazy. They aren't all couch potatoes. And the people that are feeling negative effects from playing video games, they have an addiction. They need help.
That's awesome. Well, if everybody looked like Alodia as a couch potato, then wouldn't you want to be a gamer too? I mean, hello. Alodia, I want to ask you, you mentioned, the hard work and the dedication that some of these esports and gamers put in. I want to ask about your routine. How much time do you spend gaming roughly?
It's really all about balance. I really have this routine, like I wake up, I exercise. That's the first thing I do every single day. Then I answer emails as well. Then after all of that, all the meetings, that's when I game.
And you mentioned you do exercise every day in the morning. I wanted to ask, how do you balance that? What type of exercises do you do? And do you balance indoor exercise and outdoor exercise? Do you get some sunlight, or are you like indoors the whole day?
I'm mostly indoors because I like multitasking. So I do a lot of cardio on the treadmill, and while I'm on the treadmill, that's where I answer everyone, messages, emails.
So Matt, I mean, for you, how much time do you find yourself gaming for fun, and then also because you need to when it's for work?
A lot less than I would like at the moment. When when I was playing on a few League of Legends teams and while I was commentating, I was probably gaming between 6 to 8 hours a day, and it was quite a lot. I would say now I'd be really happy to get an hour in a day.
As part of living a healthy lifestyle, I think sleep is very, very important. So how important is sleep to you guys? And if you have a good night's sleep or a bad night's sleep, how does that affect your gaming?
What really just stuck for me is that I just separate my gaming area. I don't bring it to the bedroom so that I don't game until I fall asleep, which was what I used to do. I like fall asleep on my laptop, so that's bad. But anyhow, since gaming is now work for me, I set it up in an office, and I try to stop by 12 midnight and leave it. So now I just really prioritize sleep because it makes you more focused and alert the next day if you really need it for a tournament or like a business meeting and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So sleep.
Sleep is incredibly important. Not just for gamers that are playing at the highest of levels. Like esports athletes, they do their best to try and get their 8 to 9 hours a night. And you see some of the biggest teams in the world, they actually set schedules where their players need to be asleep because they have early mornings the next day, and they try to bring in sports psychologists even to talk to them about the importance of sleep. And this is the same for everyone. You don't have to be a professional athlete to get the benefits of sleeping better. Even for myself, when I started to try and stay to a more strict sleeping schedule, especially when I was going for important competitions during shoutcasting. I saw a noticeable improvement in my active listening and in my concentration when I was going on to a broadcast.
In terms of the social aspects, this is something I want to touch up on because you mentioned it previously, Matt, that gaming is a way to, talk to other people. And personally for me, this was a way that I really got to, have these interactions with friends, old friends and new friends, playing with Elodia and meeting people in different countries all over the world, from Japan to the US. And this is something I want to know. How has this helped you, Matt, and Elodia, I guess, in terms of the social aspect of it all?
A lot of my lifelong friends have been friends that I've met playing video games, and then subsequently met them in real life and become friends with them. And I think the pandemic has affected everyone differently. And I was quite lucky that my core group of friends are people that I do talk to on applications like Discord every night. So we have a social Discord where we will jump in and just chat, even if we're not playing the same game. But what I did see is more and more of my friends who didn't necessarily play video games as much, or weren't playing games on a regular basis, started to use video games as a way to connect and socialize, when previously they might go out for a run or go out to a restaurant to meet their friends. Now they're trying to jump into an Among Us server with a bunch of their friends that have been playing video games for the longest time. And that really helped me continually stay in touch with the people that I otherwise would not have seen during the pandemic. So it definitely helped me there.
I really grew up as an introvert. I mean, I grew up in an all-girls school, and it was so hard to find girls who also play video games, who do cosplay and all these geeky stuff. So I just keep to myself. So gaming online, even during the dial-up days, was such a huge help. So I was able to find fellow gamers. I even had to hide who I was. My in-game name was Black Mage. You didn't even know if I was a girl or a boy. So I just play for fun. And it was really cool to find people who share the same passion. At least you feel you're not alone. So I guess that transcended, especially now that we're all online. We make Facebook communities, we have groups and stuff, and it actually helped during this pandemic because we've been doing it for a long time, but people are now using it as a way to still connect with their friends, especially that we can't go out. So yeah, gaming has helped a lot.
Personally, for me, I found through gaming that it has helped me relieve type of certain anxieties, I guess, through escapism. And this is something I want to get into because, of course, during times of the pandemic, it was high stress, it was high anxiety. So, Matt, for you, do you use gaming, I guess, to escape these type of real world anxieties? And if so, how has that helped you? And please detail if you can.
Gaming has definitely been an escape for me for a very long time. I've suffered from depression my entire life. I was diagnosed when I was 15 years old, and video games became that outlet for me. And it was an outlet for me subconsciously before I was diagnosed with depression. Then it became an active decision for me to take after I was diagnosed. So before I was diagnosed, I was running away from all of my problems, basically, and saying, I don't want to deal with this today. I'm going to go play video games. Video games was great in a couple of ways where I was able to escape. I was able to disassociate with whatever was giving me problems that day. I was able to connect with like-minded people who have become lifelong friends and people who I've shared my troubles with and have supported me through very dark times. But before I was diagnosed, I was also using it as purely an escape. And then I developed that very unhealthy relationship with video games. One of the people I always looked up to is a guy named Jake Spawn-Tiberi. He was one of my managers when I was commentating on the Oceanic Pro League. He's a fantastic commentator himself. And he started to notice while I was there that I was not playing video games anymore. And he thought that something was seriously wrong because that's what I used to do to escape. And he was the one that actually worked with me to make sure that I had that healthy relationship with gaming as well. Because while I was using it for an escape, it's something that I purely saw as an escape at the time. I was losing the ability to have fun playing video games from time to time while I was depressed. And working with him, a great team, going to therapy allowed me to understand how I could use video games as something that I enjoy and as my hobby and as that escape to make sure that I have a safe place whenever I need it, but not overuse it to the extent that I'm relying on it as a crutch. That is what I fall back onto every time, start to become numb doing it over and over again. So I'm really happy that I was able to find not only a supportive community within video games, but video games in general that have helped me so much throughout the early stages of my life.
Actually, Matt said it very perfectly. For me, well, just I've mentioned this earlier that I'm a huge introvert, and because of that, I was being bullied back in grade school. So I sought to video games as a form of like escaping reality. And that's where I found other people who also like probably had the similar story. And that's how we bonded. And now fast forward that I just want to take care of people or make a safe place for people like me, like not being judged for what we love and just enjoying each other's company. And we do this through our love for video games. And luckily, the industry has grown and now we can do it full time. We can support our families doing gaming. And this is what I want to teach the next generation. And hopefully we leave like a legacy that people like us, the geeks, are still accepted in the community.
Matthew and Elodia, I think, we learned a lot today and we debunked a lot of myths about gaming. You are not couch potatoes. You guys are like awesome people. So, and of course, like what you said, Matt, anything that you do excessively can't be good for you. So you make sure to set those boundaries and make sure to keep those small habits like getting proper sleep, staying healthy, to make sure that your overall wellness isn't affected by something that you enjoy.
Well said, Mon. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all the same. It all comes back to balance for sports, for esports, for your diet, for everything we do all together.
Thank you guys for supporting the gaming community. I never expected to get this far. I mean, for everyone as gamers. So hopefully we make this better as a community. So having a healthy lifestyle, guiding people to do this, to take this path wisely, I guess. Yeah.
I do want to start by thanking my wife. She's been the biggest supporter that I've had in not only my career, but also making sure that I understand what a healthy relationship with video games like. And since she's helped guide me through understanding this even better, I now love video games more than I ever loved video games before. And I actually play video games because I enjoy it much more now. But I'm also really thankful for all the mentors that I've had throughout my career that have guided me along the way, and all the friends that I've made in the gaming industry. You guys are all awesome. Thank you to everyone that supported me as well. And thank you guys so much for having me on the panel today. It's been so much fun.
All right. Thank you so much, Will. I'm so honored to share this panel with you. Thank you also, and happy birthday. And Elodia,
thank you.
Thank you guys so much. This has been Will and Mond as part of the AIA family signing off, and we'll see you guys next time.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Sleep is so important, and to get a good night's sleep, you have to leave your devices outside of your room or nowhere near your bed. So the one thing that I make sure that I do is leave my phone either downstairs or outside of my room, so then there's no distractions and I get a great sleep.
Exercise, and usually outside. It just makes me feel really happy, really alive. My endorphins are flying. I switch off from social media.
To keep a daily routine that includes having good sleep, eating well, and also exercising, and that will keep me pumped throughout the day.
Prioritize the things that you are capable of changing.
Every time I catch myself thinking negative thoughts, I switch it on and think positively.
It's to take 5 to 10 minutes each day just to switch off, put the phone down, no emails, no devices, and really just reflect and review how the day's going, what I want to do next.
think the small things like my daughter cooking me lunch or my son's making me dinner, I think those are the kind of things that I've been able to do whilst being at home with the kids.
My friends and I set up kind of a little group, and every day we send each other funny stories, usually about animals, and we send each other motivational quotes. We check in with each other quite a lot.
Would have to be simple thing like going for a walk with the dogs and the kids. I think those are the things that are so important, and even more important now.
Trying to go with the flow, not the stress.
Not being too harsh on myself, in the sense like, you know, I was wanting to accomplish too many things. Now I understood that I don't need to do everything.
I've spent a lot of time in the kitchen over the pandemic, for obviously cooking for Victoria and cooking for the kids, and I love doing that. So it relaxes me, it energizes me, and it's something that I love, especially when I make a great dish, finding new ingredients, making new dishes for the kids, and they love it. So that's what energizes me.
I just started journaling, so writing down your thoughts really helps improve your mental well-being. It allows you to focus on things that you want to focus on, write down your goals, your next steps, and making sure you achieve those goals.
When COVID-19 put the world on pause, overnight things changed. For children and young people, the effects were real. Kept at home, unable to attend school, and away from their peers. The full impact of quarantine, social isolation, and the pandemic on their mental health remains to be fully understood. For parents, this is a time of great concern. How best can family and friends support the children in our lives, especially those with special needs? Join us as AIA's Health and Wellness Advisor, Dr. Scott Collins, and clinical psychologist in Hong Kong, Dr. Venus Yu, shed light on some of the best resources available. Next, we bring you more from our panel on environmental wellness. This time, we ask the question, how is our well-being dependent on the environment? And how can individuals, communities, and governments address the issues related to climate change? Plus, AIA's Global Ambassador David Beckham slows down for the art of Tai Chi to find extra focus and inner peace.
Everyone, welcome to the second AIA Live event. We are 18 months into the pandemic, and despite these challenging times, it is with great hope that this half-day event will provide a fresh perspective on finding purpose while maintaining our physical and mental well-being. My name is Dr. Miralini, AIA Group Medical Director, and it gives me great pleasure to be moderating the AIA Live segment on supporting mental wellness for our children during this pandemic. AIA's commitment to creating healthier communities is reinforced by our brand purpose, which is to help millions of people live healthier, longer, better lives. A key component of this is mental well-being. Life has been especially challenging with the pandemic, and people are experiencing unprecedented additional pressure, especially mentally. For our young people, this could be significant, but there are ways to help them cope and learn mechanisms such as mindfulness. What I'd like to do today is to have a conversation with Dr. Scott Collins and Ms. Venus Yu with the hope of sharing ways for parents, children, and friends to cope better in these difficult times. Scott and Venus, hello, and a warm welcome to the AIA Live event. Let me just take a couple of minutes to introduce the both of you. Dr. Scott Collins is the Chief Medical Officer at Holmas, AIA's strategic partner for mental well-being. Dr. Scott is currently an adjunct professor at the Duke University, North Carolina, based in the United States, and his passion has been in child psychology with a keen focus on attention disorders. He is a big advocate for the use of digital tools, and his focus at Holmas remains on generating meaningful evidence and contributing to preventative care in mental well-being. Ms. Venus Yu is an experienced clinical psychologist based out of Hong Kong, having worked in public hospitals for many years, focusing on child mental health before switching to the private health space. Her focus and specialty lies in mindfulness and how it can help parenting more effectively and children's mental health. Welcome, both of you. Let me start with you, Scott. As the Chief Medical Advisor Officer for Holmas, tell us a little about your role and its focus and how you came to it with your background and expertise in psychology.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure and fun to be here, Dr. Mara, and yeah, I would love to tell you a little bit about my background and how I got involved in Holmusk. As you mentioned, I'm an adjunct faculty at Duke. Prior to joining Holmusk just a few months ago, I spent almost 20 years as a full-time faculty member, working there, as you mentioned, working with primarily with kids and adults with ADHD and related difficulties. I started getting really interested in the application of data science. How can we use big data to solve challenging problems in mental health, not just focused on kids, but families and adults as well. And I was also doing a lot of work in digital health and thinking about innovative tools that could be used to either assess or treat problems, not just for ADHD, but for other psychiatric problems. And the opportunity at Holmus came to me to really combine these passions. And what we're doing at Holmusk, as you mentioned, very small ambition is to take evidence and transform the way that we think about and deliver mental health care, as well as promote mental well-being. So my responsibilities are pretty broad, and we're a small company, so they're flexible and change. But in general, I oversee sort of the clinical aspects of the tools that we're building, including mental well-being solutions that we're in partnership with AIA working on, as well as some of our other evidence generation strategies for using real-world data and real-world evidence from electronic health record data and other sources to solve problems, again, focused on mental health. We have a profound crisis globally in terms of the impact of mental health and mental well-being challenges, and taking novel and innovative approaches to try to solve that. And I'm particularly excited about that for what we're doing, not only as a company, but also with strategic partners like AIA and other groups that we're working with that are really starting to take this problem seriously. So I'm excited to be here to talk with you and with Venus about sort of how we're thinking about mental health and mental well-being in a time of COVID. So yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Brilliant, Scott. So with this pandemic and so many people being in lockdown and children especially resorting to online schooling, can you share with me what impact must this have on young minds?
Unfortunately, I think we're only at the beginning of really starting to understand what the ultimate impact is going to be. And I've been following the literature for the past 18 months and the science that's coming out. There's just a report out late last week in JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association here in the U.S. that was a meta-analysis, meaning it was a collection of studies that had been conducted since the beginning of the pandemic. And what they found was 1 in 5 children, so 20% of children across the world, were experiencing clinically significant levels of anxiety, and 1 in 4, 25% of children were experiencing clinical levels of depression. So that's clinical levels. Those are kids that would need to see a specialist to really start to address. And that doesn't even, address, and I'm sure the numbers are much bigger, like an iceberg of kids that are experiencing subclinical challenges that are impacting their day-to-day functioning.
Dr. Scott mentioned about increasing mental health issues prevalence. Even in my private clinic, I saw more and more kids are getting more stressed and with very stressful parents as well. All the lockdown, without all the outdoor activity, exercise, and then the social gathering, their mental health are at great risk. So in the clinical setting, and I actually encountered what Dr. Scott mentioned about the increasing prevalence rate about the mental health issues in the kids and the adolescents.
What impact on mental health are we seeing on the pandemic in families with children in Asia particularly? And I know you're based in Hong Kong, and I know that the living structures and family structures in Hong Kong are quite restrictive and are specifically different. So if you could share with us, what are some of the coping mechanisms we can help our children with particularly?
Yeah, I think in Asia, specifically in Hong Kong, because the space is quite small, like in a family, they will have a very small house, not like as big as those in the US or in Australia. So in the pandemic, the parents, many of them have to be work at home, right? And the kids have to be studying at home. So it's locked down in a very small space. And then usually conflicts arise in very little space. So I think having routine is very important at home during the pandemic time. Especially, I think it's good to have some fun games or fun exercise. I think those are very important coping strategies in the pandemic, especially in the Hong Kong or Asia, in the small space environment. They need that space in their heart, despite the space here physically is small. Yeah.
If I hear you right, it's having some structure to give some purpose to these kids, as well as, parents and kids coming together to have some sort of a family time despite those crazy schedules, making do with whatever spaces and whatever time that, we can get our hands on. With so much online learning, Venus, happening, is there a positive role that digital and social platforms can play in supporting our youth during these challenging times?
Yes, because I see the kids, they are quite sad during the pandemic time. At the first time, they will miss school. Actually, in the past, the kids usually told me they don't want to go to school. But now, in the last 2 years, I've seen kids, adolescents, or even primary school kids, they tell me they miss school. So they miss the friends, they miss the teacher, they even miss the teaching. So I think social media could be a way for the kids to get along with each other. For example, sometimes I would just invite the kids to form a social gathering. For example, they do a lot of online board games, not just playing video games, like board games. They play different roles, they have social interactions. Even during the online gathering, they share some kind of fun and also support and build up some connection between themselves.
I guess what the pandemic has really taught us is we just can't undermine the strength of face-to-face interactions. But as parents, we've got to be creative in how we continue to engage the youth and our children. Coming back to you, Scott, what impact are we seeing directly on our youth, and why might their coping mechanisms be more fragile than those of us adults?
It's unquestionable, as we've already discussed, that we're seeing increases and we're seeing impacts on youth in terms of their anxiety, their challenges with mood, lots of below the clinical threshold of challenges that we need to face. I think that part of the reason that it might be so disruptive for kids is that they don't their perspective on the world and on life is much shorter and smaller than us as adults. All of us as adults have had to switch what we do, and we have our Zoom meetings now, and we sit in our our offices at home or our bedrooms or other places. And we sort of adapt to that because, for a year for us is, 1/20th or 1/30th of our working career. A year for our kids is 1/10 or, 1/6 of what their lives are. So I think that impact. That being said, we also know, kids are really resilient. And this is one of the things that gives me some optimism and hope is that I remember my son had his 10th birthday in April of 2020. So right after everything had changed, and we had a Zoom birthday party where they got together. It was some other platform where they could do video games together, play games, and it was great. It was actually, it was something different, and they enjoyed that. And I also think that kids are gonna, this generation of children that are experiencing the pandemic, they will, once we get through this and things change as a whole, I think I don't want to say they're going to be fine because we're going to be measuring longer term effects, but I think as we're conscious of that, I think that we can rely on this resilience and the fact that kids can get through things and they can get through a lot of adversity. With a lot of the things that Dr. Venus mentioned and just being creative and adaptable.
I'm just going to shift gears a little bit, and I know this topic is very close to your heart, particularly you, Scott. What about young families, particularly with children of special needs? You're a parent, Venus is a parent, I'm a parent too. And I know you've done quite a lot of work on attention disorders. Would you be open to sharing your personal story here and how you've managed and coped with it?
I have two children, and my older one, who's 11 now, has both ADHD and he's also on the autism spectrum. He's a high functioning, smart, awesome kid. But it brings some unique challenges in terms of how we've had to adapt during the pandemic. One of the things that we noticed early, which was a very pleasant surprise when we shifted to everything online, but my son thrived, and talking to his teachers, they said he's more engaged. We noticed this at home and I started talking to him and thinking about it. You go to school and it's an overwhelming, for a child, especially a child on the spectrum, it's overwhelming. You have to think about, all right, who am I going to sit with at lunch? Who am I going to play with at recess? And everything is sort of in your face, so to speak. At home, it could break it up into blocks. Okay, I can focus for my class. I can I can have lunch by myself and move around and do the things that normally are not as encouraged at school. So that was a nice surprise. However, as the pandemic went on and later in the spring, we saw that sort of fade, and he sort of got, and this is where the ADHD started to play a role. Is he figured out, oh, I can have my camera on in my Zoom class and have this window open up here where I'm watching YouTube videos. And that became a significant problem. So what we had to do, and this gets back to something that Dr. Venus was talking about, the importance of establishing structure and really, really making sure that there were clear expectations, but also clear plans so that he knew what to expect and what was coming became really, really important.
Dr. Scott mentioned, yes, this pandemic posed a lot of challenges to our kids. However, it also, we call it two sides of the coins, got some resilience if the kids found them all through the way, like what we said, like the concept like post-traumatic growth throughout difficult time, how we coach the kids to find a silver lining in the dark cloud. Maybe they can get this through with the resilience. They could find a completely different way in their lives. In times of difficult times, I really want to bring this message to all of the world, parents and the kids, wherever you are going through, you just hold on the hopes and the faith, and we will be able to get it through.
That's a great segue, Venus, into my next question for you. I recognize you've done a lot of work around mindfulness, particularly for children. If you could explain what is mindfulness and what are some of the simple techniques children can pick up, or what can parents strive to encourage their kids to do to manage these, terribly challenging times?
We try to tell the kids about the concept of impermanence, which is a very complicated concept in mindfulness. Like the things change, things come, things change. And then we build up in like a weather forecast. Like they would practice like, okay, come back to the breathing and then feel your emotions just like the weather, because the weather change, emotion change, weather come, weather change. The kids learn the most concept is it's okay to feel not okay, to be sad, to be anxious, to be angry. Things come, things go. So I just be with each moment.
As a final thought, and we just want to be learning from the best, I'd like to ask you both a question. What do you do to stay mentally resilient on a day-to-day basis that has helped carry you in these most stressful times? Venus, would you like to go first? And I'd like to end with Scott.
I do a daily practice of meditation. Second, I try to keep regular exercise myself with my kid too. So those things, actually, I did it with my girls too. Like we do the Zoom dancing together with other friends. Those two things are most important to help me to keep my mental health in a good shape in the pandemic time.
Scott, what about yourself? But I'd also like you, as you're giving us, some tips, to also draw some reference to the Whole Mental Wellbeing app, M-Haven, which AIA has exclusive access to for its customers. So some tips from you and a little bit on M-Haven.
First off, I want to echo a theme that Dr. Venus mentioned, which is related to how I've thought about my own management of the crisis. I think that one of the things that it's critically important for parents to keep in mind is that this is not a normal time, and to bear the burden of having to monitor and be a teacher and be a parent and be an employee and a friend, like, it's stressful for us too. And to give yourself some permission to feel anxious or stressed out or a little down in the dumps, I think is so important, and just to give ourselves a little bit of that space rather than trying to bear all of the burden. And I think that the most important thing as parents to be in a good position to take care of our kids is to be in a good position to take care of ourselves first. And whether it's exercise or meditation or cooking or reading or something like that, take a little bit of time for yourself. I mean, one of the things, as you know, that we're trying to build is a platform to provide both information and also, if necessary, some coaching via text. So not super involved. This is not a clinical sort of interface, but just to talk to somebody that can help guide and structure the way that you think about being a little bit anxious or a little bit stressed out about work or about relationships or things like that. Those are the kinds of things, and our mutual goal with this platform is to be able to make this accessible to a large number of people who are experiencing this sort of pandemic related stress and even beyond that. So, I think the better that you can do that, whether you're interfacing and accessing tools in a digital platform, or you are doing the things in your day-to-day life to help reduce that it's sort of the first step in really being able to get a good sense of what mental well-being is.
A lot of great insights, Dr. Scott and Venus. Thank you for your valuable time and joining us for this segment on supporting mental wellness for our children during the pandemic. A big shout out to our super awesome audience for joining us on AIA Live. I hope this session has inspired, informed, and motivated you in some way to better appreciate the impact of mental health in these very challenging times. It is also my hope that we have left you with some valuable tips on how we can cope better as parents, friends, and friends of the youth, as well as for our kids, particularly those with special needs. Stay positive, stay safe.
parting the clouds.
There's not many clouds today.
So never mind.
But we're going to part them anyway.
Yeah, you see. So you came out here, you put your hands like this. Now you want to go back, you see, you put your hand like that onto each other. Now you breathe in, going back like that with your back, and you let your hands come back by itself. You see, the movement is done by itself. See,
I like that one.
Yeah, this is very useful.
I like this one.
Very good.
It's useful for
you
me.
Breathe in, and now you just open your arms, let the arms come down and come to the front. This is very good exercise.
I like this one. I'm good at that one.
It's very good, really, believe me, it's very good for you.
Warm welcome to all of you who have joined us today for the AIA Live 2021 Environmental Wellness Dialogue. My name is Jessica Chiam, founder and managing director of EcoBusiness, and I'm delighted to be your host and moderator today. Now, the topic for today is an exciting and timely one. I think we all acknowledge now that climate change poses various threats to the health and well-being of humanity. The increased impacts of extreme weather events, rising pollution, infectious diseases, and changes in food security affects both the physical and mental health of billions across Asia. As the issues around climate change gain wider attention, it is also starting to impact people's well-being. A growing stream of studies have looked into how people's emotions and life evaluations depend on environmental factors, including temperature, air pollution, infrastructure, and natural disasters. There is therefore an urgent need to inspire collective action, especially among the youth, who will be our leaders of tomorrow. We thank AIA for organizing this important discussion, and we have very distinguished speakers to share their perspectives with us today. And I'd like to introduce them now. They are Mr. Renzo Guinto, Associate Professor, Practice of Global Public Health, Inaugural Director of the Planetary and Global Health Program at the St. Luke's Medical Center, College of Medicine. We have Mr. Tim Jarvis, an explorer, environmental scientist, founder of the Fork Tree Project, and AIA Vitality Ambassador, Australia. We also have Ms. Zhang Tingjun, co-founder of the Chain Reaction Project. Thank you so much, speakers, for joining us today. I'd like to move to the topic of environment and well-being because this is obviously something very important, and that link between human health and well-being and our environment is super critical. Tim, I'd like to come to you. You're leading this very important project called the Fork Tree Project. Can you tell us more about it and the role that it's playing in environment and well-being?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk about the Fork Tree Project. I could talk at great length, but we'll try and keep it very succinct. But the idea basically is to rewild an old pastoral property here in Australia, and in so doing, have it serve as an example to other people on the land as to what is possible for all of the health benefits, both mental and physical, that it brings for people, as well as, of course, the benefits to mitigating climate change through the carbon that the trees and plants sequester, as well as providing a sort of refuge for Australian biodiversity, which of course unfortunately is in free fall. We have the highest rates of species extinction in the world, bar none, here in Australia, which is not something to be proud of. So I am very proud, however, to say that AIA are supporters of Fork Tree. It's wonderful to have their support, and like I say, the name of the game really is not only to rewild the land, but to show others what is possible, be an educational resource and a repository of some of those rare species that are otherwise under real threat here in Australia, so that other landowners can follow suit and take our guidance really as a way forward.
That's really interesting, Tim. Do you have any advice, I suppose, for other people who are looking to kind of reconnect with nature or to help rewild, areas of the environment across the world?
Well, I think my first bit of advice is, think about the way you live, the way we travel, the food we eat. As Renzo said before, meat consumption has both repercussions for us physically in terms of things like cancers, for example, but also, of course, has broader repercussions for the environment. Interestingly, 50% of the habitable land on the planet is actually given over to agriculture, and 75% of that is for grazing the animals that we consume. So very evidently, there's a huge amount of pressure on the planet posed by us wanting essentially to consume meat. And of course, they are, without going into detail, big methane emitters. In fact, a cow has a bigger carbon footprint than a family car driven 40,000 kilometers a year. So it gives you an indication of what we're sort of up against. So I think, the way we live is something we can all, change for the better. The energy we consume, the food we eat, how we travel, the way our money is invested. But then in terms of spending more time in nature, I think it's a case of just getting out there and going and looking to find it. I think all intuitively we understand that you feel better, mentally and physically when you spend more time outdoors.
Absolutely. I think this pandemic has forced us to rediscover the nature and the places around us where we are. And I think that's a very relevant point. Tingjun, I'll come over to you. I mean, you were mentioning your work as a medic. And obviously, the well-being of humans and mental health, is very closely linked to the environment. What are your thoughts on this?
Obviously, Singapore is in a region that's very prone to vector-borne diseases, right? I think Lorenzo mentioned earlier. And things like dengue are on the rise, and I think as much as a lot of attention has been placed during the past couple of years on things like COVID, there are a lot of other underlying issues that have also, I think, been getting steadily worse, right? Decreasing. And I think that we do see some of that. It's not yet something I would say is hugely prevalent. I wouldn't say, suddenly in our ambulances, we're seeing all of these people that are directly suffering from the effects of climate change. No. But when you talk about things like pollution, definitely when we have a lot of that haze that blows over during the burning seasons in the region, we definitely see a lot of allergy issues kicking up, conjunctivitis, people with breathing difficulties. Again, with the elderly, breathing difficulties is something that could be a death sentence sometimes for some people who may be prone to other respiratory illnesses. So we are definitely seeing that, and even down to the level as a medic in an ambulance for sure. Yeah.
I want to turn to Renzo. You mentioned this phrase eco-anxiety, which is something that's quite real and gaining traction globally. And it's this sense of helplessness, right? That we are living in an age where we are seeing rapid deforestation, extinction, extreme weather pattern events. And it's very easy to feel helpless because unless you're at the top of the chain where you're making massive decisions, very often it just feels like you're bearing the brunt of it. So, what is your thought on eco-anxiety? How do we even begin to help people address this?
I agree. It is a pretty new concept. And in fact, I think we scholars should, study it more. For instance, in settings like Southeast Asia, Singapore, Philippines, how does eco-anxiety manifest in these kinds of settings, especially when, the anxiety brought about by climate change is not based on what you see on television, but what you are actually already experiencing, for example, in a country like the Philippines, which is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change. And we need to document and to investigate how this manifests in this part of the world. But also we need to find, the solutions, the interventions that will not just reduce the anxiety, but also will help us channel the anxiety into something more productive, into something more positive. And you mentioned a while ago about the surge of eco-activism in Singapore. How can we turn the eco-anxiety into eco-activism, right? I think that is a challenge, and I think different sectors can play a role in it, providing the platforms, the enabling environment, the opportunities for people, for everyday people, for young people to actually, again, convert that anxiety that they're facing and experiencing into something more productive, such as eco-activism.
I would like to thank all our speakers for such an insightful and exciting discussion. You've been listening to AIA 2021 Environmental Wellness Dialogue, and with me is Mr. Renzo Guinto, Mr. Tim Jarvis, and Ms. Zhang Tingjun.
Hey guys, I'm here joined with these awesome coaches. We've got Sean and Shannon, the Global Spurs coaches with me today. And it is a 60-second challenge. Are you guys ready for this?
We're ready.
We're ready.
I'm calling this one a lend a hand challenge.
Sounds interesting.
You're going to lend each other your hands. I'm going to show you guys how to make what's called biang biang noodles. Have you guys got a challenge for me?
Yes, so our challenge, just to keep you, heart racing a little bit, we're going to do some jumping lunges.
Jumping lunges.
Yeah, so 60 seconds,
Yes.
heart's racing, legs working, arms working.
Legs and arms?
Legs and arms. We're
Okay.
going
All right,
for the
go
whole
on,
body.
show me how that works.
So, jumping lunge.
Okay.
So right or left leg forward,
Yeah.
and it's just a jump, 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 jump. As many as you can in 60 seconds.
So, your noodle dough. I've kept it really simple, a simple noodle dough. And you're going to roll this out nice and flat. So you roll it out like so. And you want to roll it to about sort of your hip width. And once you're there, the rest of the work will come from your awesome teamwork. After that, you can either take a chopstick or a cutter, anything you like really, and you sort of draw a line with your chopstick by pressing down into the dough. So you pick this up, and I've got one hand on one side, and it's sitting on my palms, with my thumbs just slowly sort of pulling this out and flicking and banging those noodles across like so. So ideally, you want to then take from the middle, poke that through, and just pull that noodle apart, and you can see how long my noodle is. Your challenge is you're going to be the right hand, and you're going to be the left. 3, 2, 1, go.
Right, cylinder shape. Yeah? Yeah? This is ready.
Roll it out, roll it out.
Oh, look, I'm doing a great job already.
Good job, good job.
Heavy breathing into my right.
Yeah. What are you thinking, Shawnee boy?
This is a lot more time than I thought.
Yeah? But hang on, now you need to put the halfway line in. Yeah, you can put the halfway line in. It's a bit of a dodgy halfway line.
That's not a very good halfway line.
No, it's not very good.
I swear that's cheating.
Sometimes you play on a Sunday league kit. You don't get the right halfway line.
No way.
You have to make it.
Anyone got VAR in here? Right, come on, I'll take left hand.
Okay.
And we have to...
Right, you're going to have to bang at the same time,
Right,
guys.
ready?
Bang, bang,
Ah,
bang.
I'm losing it, Wait, I'm losing it.
You're not banging.
No.
Bang, 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 bang.
Oh, wait, I'm broken.
Almost there.
I'm broken.
Come on, let's bang.
Okay, wait, hang on, ready?
Bang,
Bang,
bang, bang, bang, bang.
So I'm breaking again. Right, go on, I think, go on, right, next bit's yours.
Yeah. 3,
Put the halfway line.
2, 1. We're going to cook these up, right? And we'll boil them for about 60 seconds, and then we'll do a little dressing with some salad over the top.
Lovely.
We're going to make up a quick sauce. Just some ginger, garlic, and spring onion. And then we're going to add some chili oil, some light soy, black vinegar, a little bit of dark soy. And then I've got some avocado oil here, black sesame seeds. That'll coat the noodles nicely. And then your noodles, straight over that. Give them a mix. They're looking lovely.
Lovely.
Yeah, get all that stuff over the top. That's
it.
good.
Oh,
look at that. That looks
Yes.
delicious. Yeah, you could just eat them like that, but we want to make it nice and healthy. So we've got whatever you want, really. I've got some daikon, some radish, carrot, cucumber. Have a little taste. Tell me what you think.
That is so tasty. That is unbelievable.
So what we've learnt, guys, is no matter whether we're on the pitch or in the kitchen, teamwork makes a massive difference and makes it a whole lot more fun.
Nutrition is a critical part of our health, development, and longevity. Better nutrition strengthens our immune systems and lowers the risk of non-communicable diseases such as diabetes and cardiovascular disease. People with adequate nutrition are more productive, and healthy children learn better. Celebrity chef Jeremy Pang from the School of Wok teams up with AIA Ambassador Marika Day, a dietitian and nutritionist. Look at how they cook a plant-based recipe that they believe everyone will love. Plus, Is good health something you're born with? AIA Medical Director Dr. Mira and AIA Health and Wellness Advisor Dr. Robert Green tell us more about the role of genomics in our health journey.
During lockdown, one of the biggest sort of family frustrations was how we keep the kids entertained. And Theo, my 4-year-old, my first child, he couldn't go to nursery. We were working from home and, I was in the office pretty much, for most of the day. But we didn't want him to just be watching TV all day. My wife, when she had time, she would take him out to the park and things like that. But I also wanted to do something different with him. So I decided to try and combine sort of my lunchtime breaks that I otherwise wouldn't have had with my passion and sharing that passion with Theo. For those of you who've seen my videos online, you probably would have noticed that I love dumplings. So I decided to make some dumplings with Theo. His favourite vegetables were carrots, cucumber, celery. So I just chopped all of those up with the normal ingredients, a little bit of ginger, garlic, spring onion, and I knew, without even really asking him, that he would enjoy the inside of that dumpling. What do you think this is?
Fish.
Fish. Do you like fish? Like with most of the cooking in lockdown with Theo, we do this outside. Being outside helps to lift our creative juices and makes us really sort of want to do something slightly differently. So we start making the dumplings. Suddenly Theo just says to me, no, Daddy, I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna make a giant dumpling. And so he just starts taking one pastry after the next, and kind of piecing them together like a puzzle. I thought, actually, you know what, Theo, you've got a point here, this kind of works. And he starts sort of pressing the sides, and I was actually, let's press a bit harder, and let's see if we can get that sort of really stuck together so we can make one big pastry, Theo, let's go for it. And we're sort of spurring each other on, which is a really lovely thing to do, because then it doesn't end up being me just teaching my son something. It was more my son guiding me, or sort of learning his own independence. The world's largest dumpling. So my top tips for getting your kids involved with cooking or any activity is let them tell you how they want to do it. Let them lead the way. Make sure it's entertaining. Enjoy yourself with them and allow yourselves to get messy. That way, they will be really creative and they'll enjoy every single moment of it, and they will in turn start to learn to cook good food and eat good food. And what do you like about it? The pastry or the fish?
All the vegetables.
Oh, that's amazing!
Dessert.
Dessert for the win.
Dessert.
Mouth-watering appetizers. I love something in my stomach before I have my main meal.
Mouth-watering appetizer for sure. You're my appetizer.
That's really difficult.
I'm going appetizer for this.
I'm gonna have to stick with the sweet tooth, to be honest.
Vegetables.
Side salad for sure.
Side salad.
Depends on the day, but I would have to go with salad.
Has to be noodles.
The ramen noodles. Definitely an Asian for sure.
Al dente pasta.
I would have to say chocolate.
Chocolate is too precious.
Chocolate. I know
Cheese.
brainer, give up the cheese.
Cheese.
Yeah, cheese.
You need cheese.
I know, I'm not a cheese fan.
I love comedy.
Drama.
Comedy.
I'm gonna go comedy, but it's gotta be my type of comedy.
I'm thinking comedy as well.
I think there's so much drama already happening in the world, so comedy.
Photography.
Maybe drawing.
I'm more into my drawing.
Why, I love Lego, so let me see. Let's say puzzles.
Board games.
Board games.
All day. Yeah, I do love a board game.
Board games.
Board games.
I love swimming in the sea.
C.
Point blank and sea swimming all day.
I don't like a treadmill, so I'm going to say gym.
Let's say treadmill.
Treadmill.
I do work out from time to time on my own, but there is nothing better than working out in a class with a bunch of people.
Definitely on my own. I'm kind of shy.
As much as I love art, I love to meditate.
Meditation for me.
Well, actually, when you're listening to classical music, it's very soothing, but I also like a little bit of quiet.
Classical. Give me a bit of Mozart, Beethoven.
You know, I like to be snuggled by a fire when I'm in England because it's a little bit colder, but I do love fresh air.
So hello everyone, welcome to the second AIA Live event. We are 18 months into the pandemic, and it is with great hope that this half-day event will provide a fresh perspective on finding purpose despite the challenging times, but by doing it, maintaining our physical and mental well-being. My name is Dr. Miralini, AIA Group Medical Director, and I am thrilled to be hosting the AIA Live segment on genomics, future-proofing for a healthier, longer, better life. As we look to the future, our commitment to creating a healthier Asia in our communities is reinforced by our brand purpose to help millions of people live healthier, longer, better lives. And the simplest way to start is to understand our genetic or genomic makeup and its implications on our health and well-being. What I'd like to do today is to have a conversation with our genomics advisor, Professor Robert Green, with the hope that this session will empower you with some basic information, inspire and motivate you to learn and understand the connection of genomics or genetics to how we get to a healthier, longer, better life. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Robert Green. Robert is a professor of genetic medicine at Harvard Medical School and a physician scientist who directs the Genomics to People research program at Brigham and Women's Hospital in the Broad Institute. Professor Robert is internationally recognized for his research and policy effort in accelerating the implementation of genomic medicine. Robert, welcome to the event, and it's wonderful to have you join us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mira. Delighted to be here.
So let's dive straight into genomics. Now we know that genomics is an important and valuable tool to be aware of, but it's a word that many may not understand. Can you help me deconstruct genomics for the everyday person? What is genomics, and why is it so important for us to understand?
Dr. Mira, genomics is a word we use to talk about the entire system of the DNA within our bodies, within each cell of our bodies, that creates the building blocks for life. Genomics refers to all of the genes, all 20,000 of the genes in every cell in our body, and it refers to our knowledge that we're gradually creating, developing, improving, and refining about what each one of those genes does, how it can be broken, what are the disease implications, and eventually, how do we treat and prevent the diseases that plague all of humanity?
Genomics has always been a very difficult word to understand and the science behind it, but you've managed to kind of encapsulate that into a simple sentence. Prof, you know how genomics in the past, we've learned that by understanding the genomics, we are able to understand certain diagnoses. But today we are using genomics information to understand prognosis and treatment. Could you just very quickly talk through those aspects?
That's right. The genome is the full extent of all the DNA, and there are about 20,000 genes that we now know constitute the genome in the human body. And we've sort of learned that about 5,000 to 8,000 of those genes are strongly associated with human disease. And we're gradually untangling the message in those genes to understand if you or me or any given person is at risk for a particular disease. So, for example, we know that if you have a variation, a pathogenic variation, or what we used to call a mutation in a gene like BRCA1, you're much more likely to have breast and ovarian cancer at some point in your life. And that gives you a real edge. That kind of information is power because it means you can be more alert to the possibility of that cancer. You can surveil yourself for that cancer. You can avoid that cancer in the future or catch it earlier.
Does ancestry play a role in our genetic composition?
Well, so much of healthcare and disease depends on non-genetic factors, what we eat, whether we exercise, and so forth. But underneath all that is the importance of the genes that you have in your body. The good news is that as human beings, we're 99.999% exactly identical. But it is important to recognize that some DNA changes are different within ancestry groups, and therefore, particularly the combinations of genetic markers within each ancestry group need to be analyzed specifically. Now, Dr. Mira, what this means for all of us is that genetic knowledge is going to be useful and valuable, whether it's generated in persons of European ancestry or persons of Asian ancestry, but it's going to be even more valuable if we specifically build up databases of genetic information within each specific ancestry group.
So, because I'm Asian and the propensity of developing certain non-communicable diseases like diabetes or hypertension, because I have this genetic composition, am I a lot more prone to developing some of these non-communicable diseases versus someone who's Caucasian or someone who's American, or, if you could just explain a little bit on that?
Yeah, remember that most disease-associated mutations and markers are passed down from generation to generation to generation. And so when ancestry groups have lived in a single location for a long time, many centuries, there are certain DNA changes that have sort of passed down and certain combinations of DNA changes that are inherent to that ancestry group. Now, sometimes it means that the ancestry group as a whole is more likely to have diabetes or some other condition than another ancestry group as a whole. But more often it means that these conditions, heart disease, type 2 diabetes, multiple sclerosis, atrial fibrillation, various forms of common cancers, it more likely means that they are distributed throughout the population in different ways. But more importantly, if you're going to try to understand the genetic markers that cause, heart disease, they're going to be a slightly different set of genetic markers among people of Asian background and ancestry than they're going to be among people of European ancestry. So it really speaks to the need for a database or multiple databases around the world. We understand that all this information has got to stay private. It also, for maximum utility, needs to be shared around the world. And there are ways to do that and maintain privacy as well.
Well, I'm going to shift gears a little bit now that we are in the pandemic. It's been 18 months since the pandemic, and I mean, we all know that scientists now understand a little bit better of the coronavirus and, you know, have collected quite a number of data points. What have we learned about genomics or our genetics, and in reference to one's vulnerability to COVID-19?
Well, of course, the biggest factors in vulnerability to COVID-19 are non-genetic factors. They are obesity, they are underlying diseases that make you vulnerable, immune problems. All of those conditions sort of in the background are the things that really, really cause vulnerability to COVID-19, severity, mortality, and so forth. But there are also genetic markers that an international consortium of groups, of which I was a member, have put together. And they found that certain genetic markers in the genome are responsible or are associated with more severe outcomes like hospitalization and death. These are not sort of solving the COVID problem, these genetic markers, but they are giving scientists clues to try to find the kinds of treatments that will be more effective for both immunization and treatment down the road.
It's very challenging times. And I'd really like to understand from you on a personal level, how do you stay so positive, so upbeat, and, you know, just having a great outlook on life?
Well, thanks. I guess I'm really supported by my family and my colleagues and the entire field of genomics, which every single day excites me about the future for the benefit for humanity. You know, we've been talking about the human genome now for about 20 years. And from the very beginning, we have said there's going to be a day when every single human being has access to their own genome, their doctors have access to their genome, and it is integrated with their day-to-day health care. And that is a dream that I think we are finally getting close to. There are new treatments for rare genetic diseases that every baby should be exposed to if they happen to carry that genetic risk. There are medications that work better in people with certain types of genetic markers than in others. There are reproductive advantages to knowing if you and your partner carry a DNA change that's going to result in a devastated baby, and reproductive technologies to avoid that. So whether you're talking about the beginning of life, you're talking about reproductive years, or you're talking about midlife and avoiding cancers and heart disease, genomics is one of the advances that's changing the world, and it's going to make us all healthier. And I'm just thrilled to be part of that movement, that scientific initiative, that progress, and that promise at this point in our history.
Well, a lot of great information, Robert. And really, I mean, a quick lesson on Genomics 101 made easy. I suppose it's quite clear that we will have to embrace the notion that genomics is a positive and not a strange or scary thing, and that it is very helpful science for us to understand and help inform our decisions about our health and well-being. As a final thought, and in line with our topic today of future-proofing for healthier, longer, better lives, what message would you like to leave with our audience?
Well, Dr. Mira, I think I would remind people that genomics ultimately is going to be part of their day-to-day health care. I think that the future depends on us accepting genomics as a day-to-day part of our healthcare and generally embrace this progress. Someday we're going to look back on this and say, why did we take so long to start working with our genomes in our healthcare? And I think we'll be very, very glad for the progress we're seeing today.
Thank you, Professor Robert, for your inspiring insights and valuable time. Thank you, and a big shout out to our fabulous audience for joining us on AIA Live today. I hope this session has educated, inspired, and motivated you in some way to better appreciate the fascinating world of genomics. Thank you, everyone.
Psychologists define resilience as the process of adapting well in the face of adversity, recovering and bouncing back from difficult experiences, and experiencing profound personal growth. Up next, Olympian and AIA Vitality Ambassador from New Zealand, Dame Valerie Adams, joins Solan Husaf, our ambassador from the Philippines, for a conversation about the challenges they have faced in the past year. Look at how they have navigated to stay positive, centered, and continue to move forward in their lives as mothers and as an athlete and as an entrepreneur.
I hope Japan's a lot of fun, though I know you're away from home. How are things going there?
I'm good, thanks. It's good to see you, Celine. Everything is well here in Japan. It's very hot, though.
I'm sure, because you guys are always out and about and having to train and everything, right?
Absolutely. Nice and humid. I like a good sweat up.
So I know it's been a really long journey because you're so far away from your family at the moment, but how have things been?
Oh yeah, so right now I'm in Tokyo, and the journey to get here hasn't been the most easiest thing. Obviously with the pandemic, and these games will definitely be remembered as the pandemic games. It was something quite significant for us athletes to actually have the games go ahead, and I feel like it was a perfect situation for us to actually have this event go ahead so people can then take a break from COVID to focus on something that was positive, and it was a way to unite the world. My journey to Tokyo wasn't all smooth sailing. From the last Olympics to these Olympics, I've had 2 children. It's also been a 5-year gap between the 2, and I'm a little bit older than most, therefore the recommitting to this journey had to be really thought out, not only for myself but also for my family, because this wasn't a one-man band. This was a multiple people type of band that was going to these Olympics. However, the journey came with its own challenges. Through the pandemic, having to train through the pandemic was really difficult, especially trying to find motivation, not having access to certain facilities. It was quite the journey, but I feel like these games definitely brought a lot of people out of their shells, but it was basically the battle of the mentally tough, in my opinion, because first of all, getting to Tokyo, secondly, there was no spectators, so those athletes who drew energy and that competition kind of atmosphere from the crowd, they had to find something else. To be able to come out and to win a bronze medal as a mum or 2 was just extraordinary, because I went into these games as the oldest athlete, not ranked in the top 5, coming up against girls who were a lot younger than me, had been thrown a lot further than me, not as experienced as I was, so I really had to draw into my experience box and kind of take out from there what I needed to be in the best possible shape mentally to battle this out. But to be able to come away with a bronze medal and look back at what's just happened in the last 5 years to get here was quite overwhelming for me, to the point where I let this massive yell at the end of after my last throw, just in pure elation, because everything had just come together so nicely, and it was a dream come true for me, really. Now, I've won 2 Olympic gold medals before, but this outnumbered and outweighed both of them together. And people find that a little bit difficult to understand, because nothing feels as nice as winning a gold medal, surely. But when you get on the podium as a mum and that struggle to get there physically, mentally, emotionally, people don't understand exactly how you feel unless you are in that situation of being a mum. You know, the struggle of, you know, postnatal depressions, you know, sleepless nights, having to battle 2 children under 2, all of that. You don't know what that feels like unless you've been through it. So it was really just such a sweet moment, really sweet moment. So I shared the moment with my children, and I pulled this out of my bag. And this photo is normally in my training diary, which was in my bag, and I just felt this urge and this want and need to pull them out of my bag and pretty much say, this is my why. This is why I've done what I've done today. And it was a beautiful moment.
Well, for me, like, I would have to say that this pandemic, no matter how difficult it is, it really is a silver lining, because my job required me to be out of the house most of the time. Like, I'd see my husband like once or twice a week only. And it would have been the same, I think, if I had gone back to work, having my daughter. But this pandemic actually allowed me to kind of slow down and, you know, take a step back and just be home and be present. And I think that was the greatest thing for me, because I was able to witness every single milestone of my daughter. I've literally been with her 24/7 since birth, because here in the Philippines, we've been on a lockdown since March 2020, basically. My circle of people that I see are very limited to just my parents and my brother and his daughter that's the same age. So the world becomes a little small, and there are ups and downs, but I would have to say that, you know, there are more ups. It's just trying to find that way to stay motivated so that I don't bring on my stress or my problems to my family or to my daughter. Because there are times where you just sit down and you're like, when is this ever going to end? Like, we don't see the end of the tunnel. And you were saying we met about a year ago, and look how quickly it's been, and we're back doing the same thing. We're back talking about still this pandemic, where we thought we would have, you know, maybe been far past that. But I guess now, as human beings, we just kind of learn to adapt. We learn to keep moving, and we learn to focus on the things that we can change, because
I think you always go back to the why you're doing it, right? And I always go back to, actually, why am I doing this? Do I want to do this? Do I still have a passion for it and a love for it? And I think that's what motivated me to continue on this journey. I knew that it wasn't going to be easy. So as a matter of fact, it was a lot harder than any other campaign that I've taken on. But I always went back to the why I was doing this, the purpose for doing it, and my love and passion for the sport, and the want to be to be a professional, but continue to be a professional athlete, but also how can I use this to then inspire more professional athletes, especially female athletes, to have the courage, you know, take time away from their sports to have a child, and have the courage to then believe in themselves and trust in the process to go back and become an elite athlete. It's possible. Back in the day, it was not as easy as we think, and there was a lot of stigma around it. And if you're a female athlete, if you decided to have a child, that was it. They would cut your contract and sayonara. Where nowadays, there are more and more athletes, female athletes, who are becoming mums and also coming back to being at the top of their game. It's not always easy, but I always went back to my why and where I drew my inspiration, and my kids inspire me on a daily basis. My mother inspired me, and now I draw inspiration from my children, and the want to do that and be an example for them. And to know that females can do anything. My daughter is you know, at the forefront of my thinking when I talk about these things, because I want her to be inspired by the fact that, yes, her mama was a badass and she went out there and did this, and hoping that I can continue to inspire that young youth females coming through, especially where I'm from in South Auckland, where poverty is huge. We can do anything, you know, if you put your mind to it.
Well, again, it all boils down to what's your why. And of course, ever since I gave birth to Tilan, she's my why to everything I do. As cliche as it may sound, it's true when you become a mom. It's like no one can explain to you what you're going to feel, the ups and downs, the roller coaster that you're going to go through when you become a mom. And everything you do after that is just for your daughter. Like my husband is like second now. Like I only talk about my daughter. So of course I wanted to keep motivated, and I wanted to keep doing the things I was passionate about, like painting and designing while at home. So thanks to the pandemic and thanks to my daughter being my motivation, I did come up with a new business line. Actually, I just launched a clothing for babies called Tilly Dolly. So this is with my sister-in-law, who also has a daughter that's the same age as Tilan. And I feel like every time I do something for that project, or create a new line, or we create all these like fun videos for kids online, things that they can do at home during the pandemic, I get motivation, and then I forget about what's happening around me. And this is very important for me to keep, my head up high, so that my daughter also sees that, no matter what happens, if you want to make something work, you can make it work.
Very important to, to kind of have that mindset from the word go. I'm a massive supporter of healthier, longer, better lives. I guess for me personally is aiming every day to kind of tick off one thing on those out of those 4 pillars, right? To think well, eat well, plan well, and move well. If you can put yourself in a situation or give yourself a goal on a daily basis to make one positive choice for you to tick something off on that list, then it's a step further to looking after yourself, because small steps matter. And that's where we have to kind of go back to. We can't do massive things and extraordinary things and expect amazing things to happen overnight. It's actually just doing what you need to do to help you personally, but also for your mental health. Mental health is something that's been thrown around a lot, especially in the sporting world, quite significantly in New Zealand, especially with events that have happened in the last couple of weeks. But making these small steps is going to really help you. But I think sometimes as mums, and me personally, I actually feel guilty if I give myself a little bit of time to be nice to myself. And I have to be reminded, I need to be kind to myself. I need to take time for me. And I forget that, because I'm on this trip, I'm an athlete, and then now I'm a coach, and I'm a mum at home, and then I'm a wife, and then I'm all these people that people expect me to be. But ultimately, I have to actually stop and take a breath for a minute and give myself some time to look after me. Because if I'm not me, I can't give the best version of me to anybody else if I'm not the best version for myself. It's not the easiest thing to kind of like think about, but also bring your mind to and actually achieve. I find this very difficult. It's something I've got to work on. But I know that when I do give myself an opportunity just to heal, or to feel good about myself, or give myself half an hour to do something that's going to make me happy, then I am better for it. Sometimes it's not easy to do, however. Throughout this pandemic and throughout this journey and traveling the world in a pandemic situation has been very different. And seeing it from an athlete's perspective, I've been at home in the pandemic lockdown, and then now I'm traveling the world in a pandemic world as an athlete, and navigating through those challenges hasn't always been easy. And yes, you have a lot of hats, but ultimately you need to take all those hats off and just be you. I've still got to work on that. I am very for what we stand for, which is amazing, but I've actually got to practice what I preach, because I suck at that big time, and I'm the first person to put my hand up and say so.
What I like to do is I do a lot of meditation and I paint. So I kind of do both in the same time. There was a time where I did stop painting during the pandemic because I had no motivation, and I was like, where am I going to exhibit? No one's going to come see. Like, why am I doing this? But at the end of the day, I was pushed by my husband, and while I was working on my new series, I found the motivation again. And I think that's important. As Valerie said as well, you really need to focus on your mental health so that you can be better for other people, because obviously if you're caught in this rut, it's very easy to bring on your feelings or your stress to the people that you live with, which is why you really need to focus on yourself before you can take care of others. We're all about living healthier, longer, better lives. It is important, for people out there to be able to exercise. I know a lot of people think, oh, there we go again, these people talking about exercising, and it's not about looking fit, it's about staying fit mentally and and within. And obviously you get to release so much when you're doing something, whether it is lifting or even just walking at a very slow pace. You get to release things, and you get to kind of reset your mind. And for you to be successful as a person or as a parent, you really need to take these little steps, and you need to focus and know that, as Valerie said, things don't happen overnight. Success is patience, basically. So you need to, to kind of pinpoint the things that you need to change or that you want to work on, and work on those things on a daily basis. Whether it will take you a month or 3 years, you just don't give up. You just keep on working on the things you want to work with, and finally you will reach that final state that you will be happy with. But people need to know that it doesn't happen overnight. Magic, there's not that kind of magic. It's all about hard work, perseverance, patience, determination, and having a why at the end of the tunnel. Well, I just like to congratulate Valerie, because she said she has 2 children, which is already, for me, I'm like, with one, I'm like, I have to do this. It's so tiring. But I really had a difficult time being motivated after I gave birth, because as a woman, though, people kind of tell you when you give birth, a lot of things change. Your lifestyle, your body, the way you see things. You're prepared for it, but at the same time, you're not. And I can only imagine the amount of dedication and hard work you need to put into, to be back in the game and do what you do and be away from your family. I haven't been away from my daughter for more than literally 8 hours. And every time I think about going back to work, I'm like, not happening. So I just wanted to say that I truly respect that about you, and that I don't know how you do it. But congratulations. And I'm so happy that everything's going well there at the Olympics, and that you're able to motivate so many people out there that are living through you guys, and also, just kind of getting their mind off of the situation that's going on.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate your kind words. Yeah, but it's amazing to see your connection with your followers and just how much they actually adore you, because whatever you're doing is obviously having a positive influence on them, even as a mum more so. And I don't know if this has happened with you, but when I was an athlete, I had like a different type of audience. And then when I became a mum, and I had both my kids via IVF, so you also touch people in a different community and a different audience, which was awesome, because it just widened your audience and actually how many people you can really influence, which is amazing. We can use this platform to the best of our ability in a positive manner to really uplift people.
I agree with, it's nice to keep things light and to kind of, connect with different audiences.
By the way, I really appreciate it.
Oh, no worries. I'm just home, as usual.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye. See you.
Bye-bye.
The fact that you are at home with the kids, you're still waking up early, making sure that they've got their books, their pencils, their pens, they're ready to go at 8 o'clock in the morning. And that's one of the things that actually I've really enjoyed, because normally the kids are all in school and you don't get to see what they're doing, you don't get to see what they're talking about. And that's one of the things that I've always wanted. When the kids go to school, I always wonder, what they're doing, what they're saying, what they're writing. And obviously over the last year, we've been able to actually walk next door in the house and see the kids doing their lessons. And for me, that has been very special.
But I think what has changed is that we're present 24/7. And we notice also with the people in our village, parents are just way more present now.
Being present, being off your phone, and being there with the kids, whether it's laying the table for breakfast, laying the table for dinner, doing small things like that is so important. And listening to the kids, sitting down, making sure that you're present, that you're listening to every word that they're talking about, and that is an important part of being a parent.
During this pandemic, we have discovered an app where I'm able to read to the kids or draw with the kids on the same app. They can see what I'm doing and I can see what they're doing, and this has been very, very helpful throughout this time.
One of the ways that we try to stay connected is obviously by technology. You know, my eldest son, Brooklyn, doesn't live with us anymore, so that's obviously, you know, that's our way of communicating with him, with staying in touch. But one of the things that we've always done as a family, we always sit down at 6:30 in the evening to have a meal, and that's the one thing that we do that never changes. And obviously we try to FaceTime Brooklyn at the same time, so we're kind of eating breakfast and he's eating breakfast and we're eating dinner.
For us, we're quite active parents, so a lot of our time is spent outside playing games, pretty much exerting as much energy as possible. Then it's inside for a feed, and then it's nap time for the kids, and then quiet time for mum and dad.
After the pandemic hit, we reconnect a lot, much more digitally and through video calls than we did before the pandemic. So we're still far away, but I think we were a bit closer.
Hey guys, it is a real pleasure to be here at AIA Live with Marika Day. In fact, I'm not really with Marika Day because she's very much halfway across the world. Where are you, Marika?
I'm in Sydney, Australia, so a very, very long way away from you.
And you're currently sort of stuck at home?
Definitely, we're mid-lockdown. We've been here for a while now, and it's still got a long time to go.
Now, I've got a whole load of ingredients in front of me that you have suggested for me to cook. I know what I'm going to do with it, but I guess what's more important is talking about why you've picked this sort of plethora of vegetables.
So I wanted to create a meal that was plant-based, so it was primarily based on vegetables and plant-based products, so be it like grains and those sorts of things. But using a variety of different vegetables as well, so that we can try and get lots of nutrients in there, but also different types of protein, and just a really like simple meal that people can sort of make on a weeknight as well.
You know, we've got lots of veg, but I've also got rice, and rice is really, really, really important in our culture. Is rice bad for you?
Great question, and I think this is probably one of like the most popular questions I get. Rice is not bad for you in any way. It more comes down to like the quantity that we're having, but also one thing that I'm really passionate about is incorporating cultural foods into somebody's diet as well, because I think that health is so much broader than just, you know, specific fruits and vegetables and those sorts of things.
First of all, thank you.
You are welcome.
I'm a rice bin, and in Chinese, we call, like in Cantonese, we call ourselves fan tong, which actually means rice bin. I can literally eat rice 3 times a day. I've got actually 2 types of rice here. I've got Japanese white rice. I've also got a 10-grain Korean rice. There's brown rice in there. I've got some pearl barley, sorghum, some millet, and I think there's different types of oats as well. What's good about brown rices and these alternative grains?
Yeah, so one of the first things that's really good about brown rice is that it has got that bran layer on the outside. So we are getting a lot of extra vitamins, minerals, and dietary fiber that is found in that bran layer. What you are getting is a variety of nutrients from those different grains, which research has shown when we have a variety of plant-based foods, what it's doing is actually helping to improve our gut health and improve our microbiota in our gut.
Yeah, well look, I'm going to cook the rice. There's technique to cooking any type of rice. I mean, even if it was just the white rice, I would wash it sort of 5-6 times until the water runs clear. And then I cover it with a lid, bring it to a boil, let it simmer. Let it simmer for about 15-20 minutes and then just turn the heat off and let it sit in its own steam. The only difference to the 10-grain rice is that it's protected a little bit more and therefore doesn't absorb liquid as fast. And so what I've done with this is once I'd washed it, I actually sat it soaked in cold water for about half hour to 45 minutes. I've also timed the water to 1.5 water to rice. I'm going to go straight onto the vegetables, and I'm going to go straight to the aubergine. I'm going to slice this aubergine almost like it's replacing my sashimi for a classic poke bowl. So I'm actually making a poke bowl here, but a pure vegan poke bowl. Why have you chosen aubergine for my dish?
Yeah, the reason I chose eggplant for this dish is because it really does provide that sort of meaty texture that, like sashimi or, any other sort of meat would provide in this dish. Aubergine or eggplant is high in dietary fiber as well, so it's really healthy, really good for your gut. It doesn't have the protein in it like a meat or a sashimi would, but that's why we have got some of the other vegetables and those grains that you've got there cooking away as well.
My aubergine I've sliced up into these cubes. A poke bowl in Hawaii, poke actually means chunks. So it's very important that a poke bowl has some sort of chunks of things. I'm going to cook this, but Chinese style, steamed, because steamed aubergine, it collects in a lot of the moisture, but it should come out almost still looking raw.
Wow.
And you could then, once it's steamed, it softens, and when it's still hot, I'll pour the dressing, which I'm going to make in a second, over the top of that hot aubergine. And that means that with the open pores of the aubergine, it will soak in all that flavour.
And I think that's one of the keys with aubergine is that it does need to have some sort of flavour with it because it is such a good carrier of flavour. So for those who haven't tried it at home, I think that is a really good way to begin to introduce it into your diet if it's a new vegetable.
So this is going to go onto my wok. I've got my wok halfway full of boiling water, and that's going to go straight over the top and steam away on a high heat for 8 minutes. Exactly 8 minutes to prepare everything else. I've got some stuff prepped already, but the dressing itself, I'm going to use some light soy and some palm sugar. And actually I've got a tamari, it's a gluten-free soy sauce, tamari here, and it's also low sodium. I do find that as a chef that low sodium soy sauce lacks the saltiness that soy sauce requires. Is there a balance out of like adding lots of low sodium soy sauce as opposed to adding a small amount of normal soy sauce to a meal?
And that's exactly what I was going to say, is like it's all about the balance. And so what I always like to get people to think of is like the balance of like their whole dish, or the balance of even their whole meal or the whole week of eating. So you might use a full strength soy sauce, but you're not using a lot of it. And then the other thing I like to think about is like with the dressing that you're making, yeah, we're using a bit of oil and yeah, we're using a bit of sugar, but if we think about the context of the entire dish, it's an incredibly healthy dish. We've got so much fresh produce there, so much fiber, so much vitamins and minerals. Topping it with a dressing that has a little bit of fat and a little bit of sugar for flavor is a great way to get us to eat more fruits and vegetables.
And with palm sugar in itself, palm sugar is a much better, I guess, less refined sugar that we can use as well.
Yeah, it's I think a lower GI sugar as well.
The low GI, can you explain that a little bit more? Because again, as a layman, I don't really know what that means.
Yeah, and it's a great question. Low GI means essentially that the carbohydrate is broken down slowly and that the sugars from that carbohydrate are released into your bloodstream slowly. And high GI, on the other hand, means that the sugars and the carbohydrates are broken down quite quickly, and so you get a spike in your blood sugar relatively quickly after eating the food.
I've got here my tamari, my gluten-free light soy, my palm sugar, my sesame oil, and then a good squeeze of lemon and lime juice.
Amazing. That sounds so yum.
The only thing I'm going to add to that now is a little bit of spring onion and some dill. And with a poke bowl, like it's kind of like use whatever herbs you've got nearby you. It's just whatever tastes good. Any sort of leafy, flavoursome herbs work with this. So herbs. Is there anything particularly unique about herbs, or are they just generally good for you anyway?
Yeah, herbs are great because they are rich in antioxidants, but I think that the thing that a lot of Australians struggle with is that like buying herbs in the punnet here is quite expensive, and from what I have experienced, is a lot of people just throw them out after they've used a tablespoon of them.
There's lots of different ways of looking after your herbs, and the easiest way is actually take it out of any packaging that you've got, and then pop them into a seal-tight container wrapped in a bit of kitchen towel, just dry kitchen towel, and they will last a lot longer that way in that seal tight container. We've got my dressing here, I've got loads of dill in there, my spring onion along with those sauces and the citrus fruits. My aubergine is fully cooked now, so you can see my aubergine is steaming hot. I'm surprised my glasses didn't steam up there, right? But it still looks raw, which is really a strange thing. If I take this piece of aubergine and just pop it on a spoon, it literally just goes straight through my fork, you see? And I can mush it. That's how well cooked it is. I'll eat that. Whilst this aubergine is steaming hot, I'm going to pour all of this dressing right over the top. I'm going to mix that through, get all those herbs mixing along with the aubergine. I've also got a little bit of finely diced red onion here, which I'm going to pop into that aubergine. Not too much. Give that a mix. Now I've only got a couple more bits of veg here. I'm going to slice up I've got some rainbow radish here, and then I've got some avocado which goes perfectly well in a poke bowl. But more interestingly, you've sort of put a bowl or a handful of edamame beans in here. I'm guessing that is something that is like really, really good for you.
Definitely. Anything that's bright green has got to be good for you.
Right, yeah.
But no, they're a really good source of protein, and obviously are a plant-based protein. So a really good way for vegetarians or vegans or even the meat eaters among us to get in protein. And the really unique thing about edamame is that it is actually what we call a complete source of protein. So it has all of the essential amino acids in it, which is similar to like a meat or a fish-based protein. But yeah, obviously in a plant protein. So it's a really unique protein.
Avocado, well, we call it nature's butter for a reason, don't we? It tastes great. It's got great texture. What are its benefits?
Yeah, so in terms of its health benefits, it's one of those fats that is incredibly good for our heart. So by consuming more avocados and also things like nuts and seeds, what we're actually doing is we're reducing our risk of cardiovascular disease. So the more fats we can swap from butter to things like avocado, or from animal fats to avocados and nuts and seeds and even olive oil, we are really protecting our heart health.
I'm ready to compile this dish. The only other thing that I think we should talk about is this stuff here, which is the wakame seaweed, which I love because it's got natural saltiness to it, perfectly like unique in texture. I've learned recently that 100% of seaweed in the world is edible. Now that is an incredible thing. Yeah. But why is it so good for you?
So one of the benefits of seaweed is that it is packed with iodine, which is one of the best plant-based sources of iodine. In a meat eater's diet, they might find iodine in other products from the ocean, so in seafood, in fish, and even in dairy products we do see a bit of iodine. So seaweed's great for iodine for plant-based people.
I'm going to eat lots of seaweed from now on because I love it.
It's good.
Right, so as with most Asian cooking, it's all in the preparation, right? It's taken this whole time that we've been chatting for me to prepare all these ingredients, get them ready. My salad of ingredients here is looking bright and colourful. And then I've got my rice, which has been steamed away nicely, collecting its own steam. And what's nice about cooking it this way is that we've got all those sort of 10 grains, but they're still nice and separate, but have a slight stickiness to it. I mean, I am a Fantong, but it is good for me, right?
Absolutely. You've got my tick of approval.
Yay! Okay, so all you're going to do is start to load up your brightly coloured vegetables all over this lovely poke bowl. And then as we go along, you'll just start to sort of create this excitement. My tummy has been rumbling this whole time we've been talking. The avocado I've just sliced like into the actual avocado shell itself, so I can just sort of take cubes of avocado off it. So I'm going to put the edamame over the top, and then my cucumber my aubergine just sits nicely into this. And then all this marinade, actually, because of the moisture from the aubergine, the marinade bowl has become a much more watery, and I'm really happy with that, because that lends itself to me then drizzling that flavour all over the poke bowl.
What a great idea.
We've got your vegan poke bowl. I've got a little bit of sriracha, which I'm just going to drizzle over the top of those edamame. And there you have it, my very own vegan poke bowl, courtesy of Marika Day.
Looks amazing.
I'm really upset for you that you can't eat this and I have to eat it all by myself. But most importantly, thank you so much, Marika Day, for joining me and teaching me so much about how to eat a much sort of healthier diet, but not shortchanging me on the things that I love. And so thank you very much for that.
Absolutely. Hopefully I can travel over and meet you one day soon, but I think I know what I'm having for dinner tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Healthier, longer, better lives all the way.
So now we do the next exercise. And here you bring your hands here. And now you're going to punch out and in. But you want to breathe in when you put your hands out. So you breathe in, arm goes forward. Then you relax your elbow and down. Breathe in, out. Breathe in, relax, out. Breathe in, relax, out. Okay?
Okay.
It's very easy.
Okay. That was a little bit more challenging.
Oh, don't worry.
I don't have any rhythm.
No.
So my wife tells me.
No, you will get it. See, you do a few times and you will get it.
Okay.
Sure. You see?
Throughout history, human beings have passed down their stories from one generation to another. Expressing ourselves through storytelling is an instinct and a powerful way for us to share. Coming up next, clinical physiologist Professor Winnie Mack and AIA Vitality Ambassador from New Zealand, Jess Quinn, reveal their personal stories on dealing with mental health challenges. Look at how they demonstrate the importance of speaking up, being open to find courage and life-changing support. Plus, find out how AIA ambassadors David Beckham and Nicole David from Malaysia find focus and motivation during stressful times, and how leading with purpose can create lasting positive impact.
Hi Jess.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Mental illness is pretty a taboo topic. People don't talk about it, especially within the family. We don't really discuss it beyond our family. But more recently, there has been greater recognition that mental health is important and that people are starting to seek help. But then we still see a lot of microaggressions going on. Like, for example, you don't look like depressed, you look fine, or your anxiety is not real, just get over it. And so a lot of these things, so indicating that I think in general, in Asian societies, people are still not really literate about mental health and also help seeking, and also how people with lived experience are functioning. And I think is comparatively speaking, I think New Zealand and Australia, have much more knowledge or acceptance or a recognition around mental health and well-being.
Yeah, I find that really interesting. I think I've definitely noticed a massive change recently within New Zealand, and definitely from what I see in Australia,
in, I guess, normalizing those conversations. And I think people are getting really brave in the way they talk about it and the way they call each other out in a really kind way always. But even just the language we're using, you know, some of these mental health issues or conditions that people live with that are really serious have in the past been used as kind of like a slang or something that isn't taken seriously. You know, people will refer to OCD in like a passing comment. And I think people are starting to understand that those are actually real things that people with, as you have referred to, lived experiences experience. So I think just being able to have that like kind call out culture, I guess, it really helps that narrative to understand that this is a real tangible thing that we're dealing with. So I think we have seen a lot of growth down here in that, but it's something that I see even just among my peers that it's just, there's still that barrier. It's okay, I'll take a sick day because I have a cold or something, but not fully there for the mental health stuff. I think we are in a better place, but it is still a challenge.
I love when you raise the point about language, you know, when we talk about it in our everyday, oftentimes in Hong Kong, we still are very disease focused. We use, oh, actually that person is depressed, you know, that person has, you know, schizophrenic. Yeah. And so we are trying to reframe that. We are trying to kind of call people out and saying that, oh, we shouldn't be using this type of language. We should be more person first, and we should look at a person in a more holistic way. You know, there's a lot of different identities that we all have, you know, and why just zoom in on someone with mental illness with that particular lived experience? There's many other things that we can, you know, venture and understand and appreciate. So I think there's more of that discussion now in Hong Kong and other parts of Asia, but then I think it's still quite behind in terms of other countries. I had pretty serious social anxiety and chronic dysphoric disorder during my high school and college years, to the extent that I stutter when I talk. So I basically don't talk and I don't have any friends because I don't want people to think that I'm weird and you know, evaluated me, you know, negatively. And at the same time, I did not disclose, you know, this issue to anybody nor seek help because again, I'm really concerned about disappointing my family. And then thinking back, I actually feel very shameful and weird for having all these conditions. I think on top of that, as an Asian immigrant, when I was living in the United States, I often felt out of place and I don't belong. And so I've been really struggling. And then, you know, something called maybe imposter phenomenon. You know, if you only knew me, then you would know that I'm not, you know, as good as I am or you think I am. And that kind of exacerbates also my anxiety and depression further. And but now thinking back, if not that lived experience, I probably would not be so adamant about, you know, promoting diversity and well-being. Which has become my career, you know, and I think that is a blessing in disguise. Obviously, during that 10 years, it was really difficult for me. And then 2 years ago, I also diagnosed with cancer. But this time, I think I have basically no reservations in talking about it. And I think it really has to do a lot with my own mentality. You know, I have better self-regard and self-love that I think I can talk about it and express, you know, my needs and how I feel. And at the same time, I also recognize that cancer is less stigmatized, you know, in Hong Kong and maybe in other parts of the world. So I don't have as much inhibitions to discuss and share with other people, unlike mental health and mental health challenges, which have a lot of stigma and taboo. So I really hope that, you know, through this experience, I really think that I'm really more gung-ho about, you know, fighting for parity for mental health with physical health, because I think it's so important that people recognize that mental health is as important as physical health.
I was diagnosed with cancer when I was 8, and I lost my leg just prior to my 9th birthday. So I had a good nearly year battle with cancer before they decided to amputate. So that was really early on in my life, and it's something that I think is what kind of built that resilience within me to kind of want to speak more about adversity. Something I'm really passionate about is adversity being an obstacle, not a roadblock, because I think a lot of the time, no matter what the adversity is, sometimes it's we didn't get the job we wanted, or it's we lost our leg. You know, adversity comes in so many different shapes and sizes, and it impacts us. It's not the size of the adversity that determines the impact, is what I found. You know, sometimes things completely rock me that seem really minor, especially compared to losing a leg. And that's something I've learned in my life. It's not about that that impact. It is about the impact. It's not about the size of the impact. A lot of people ask me, like, how have you built this resilience? Where did it come from? But I think I learned really young just how hard things can be. So I kind of got this innate way to respond to things, and it made me want to help people, because I think we all face so many different things. And obviously the cancer was maybe a year of my life, but it's the lessons I've had to learn throughout that, even with the body acceptance or figuring out what I can and can't do.
How do you become so open and honest and raw about your life? I just want to know.
For me, I was sick so young, and I think I had to grow up really quickly. I was playing in the playground, and then all of a sudden I was talking to doctors about a language that I didn't even understand. And so I think that forced me to grow up really quickly. I think also my parents really encouraged this openness within me. They were always really honest about what I was going through, even though I didn't understand. And I also, what I went through with my amputation was a really rare situation. So I've always had to kind of have these conversations with people where I'm explaining what I've been through and stuff. So I think a lot of it, nature, maybe a bit of nurture, and some learned stuff. But and then I think, I've been doing the social media stuff for about 5 years now. So I've been just constantly talking about my life, and I think it just becomes so natural.
I think in recent years, there's more and more social media platforms that talks about mental health. In Hong Kong, for example, there's lots of new social media Instagram account that talks about psychoeducation or stories about everybody and how to manage emotions and so on. And for us, back in 2015, we set up Storyteller, which is a community-based social group with the mission to reduce stigma and promote mental health. And now, just about 2019, when I first diagnosed with cancer, I also decided that I want to set it up to become a social enterprise. And we've been using storytelling to demystify mental health, and then to allow people to see that everybody have their unique sense of self, and then there's many different sides, while at the same time, a lot of our stories have resonance between tellers and listeners, so that I hope that we can also promote shared humanity, that after all, we're all human beings, and so we can be more compassionate and kind to each other, and to recognize that we all have ups and downs, and we all are travelers, in this life journey. And so this is our hope, to promote mental health through storytelling.
So I have just written a book. It's called Still Standing. I actually just got the first hard copy in my hands today, which was the most surreal moment. So I've been writing that for the past 2.5 years, and I really wanted to take my time with it. And it is based on my story and my lived experience, and the work I'm doing and the work I've done. And I think I was really called to write it. I've actually wanted to write a book. I told my mum I was going to write one when I was sick in bed as a kid. And it was something that was just one of these big full circle moments to be able to actually do it. But I never thought I would have done it in a way with the life that I've lived. I never would have imagined I've done all the things that I've been able to do. So I just wanted to tell that story. I wanted it to be a place of hope. There's lots of different messages within the book. I wanted it to reach as many people as possible. So one of my key messages that I always strive to get out is to normalize different. I think we as humans, I believe that the one thing we all have in common is that we are different, yet we kind of think we're alone in our differences. And so I really wanted to normalize that. Obviously, I've grown up in a really unique body, and sure, that's unique to me, but we've all got things that are different within us that we feel insecure or we hide away from. So I really wanted to get that message across. I really wanted to, as I was speaking to before, get the message across that adversity is just an obstacle, not a roadblock. That's something I'm really passionate about. And it was really interesting. I embarked on writing this book just after I came off Dancing with the Stars. And so I was kind of in the peak of my abilities and my life, and I felt really excited. And about 3 months into writing the book, everything changed for me. I struggled with both of my legs. I couldn't get up each morning and put on my prosthetic because I was having really bad swelling issues. So even throughout writing, I hit another wave of adversity that I was like, this will last like 2 months. And it was 2 years through the whole process of writing that book that I lived with that experience. So it was quite, I wrote from a really raw place. So the book is really honest, as I always try to be, but there were some moments there that were really hard. And I really wanted it to be that way because I want to just really, as I was saying before, open up to hopefully, I guess, help people see those little parts of their life where they can relate to that and hopefully get through.
Like, I think our theme, for the past conversation, what we've talked about, we talk a lot about uniqueness as a person, while at the same time, we also have our similarities as a shared human being living on this planet. So I think, again, try to embrace that uniqueness. It's okay to be different. It's okay to be different from other people. And then we don't have to follow the status quo, and then be in touch with your own body and be more comfortable in our own skin. And that takes time. And I think oftentimes it has to be very honest with ourselves as well. Recognizing our flaws and our assets and our strength is equally important. Nobody's perfect. And so we just need to learn to live with ourselves and then to appreciate that.
Yeah, I think for me, it's knowing that you're not alone. That's something I know we hear a lot, but when you actually just let that sink in, and for me, the more how I know that I'm not alone is by all of these platforms I have around me. So there's so many, there's so many official websites we can reach out to for help, to talk, to have conversations, but there's so many other platforms like Winnie's storytelling. Like, there's people who want to share their story, and I've found the more I've heard other people's stories, the more I'm like, okay, every single person is different. Even if you just start with the smallest thing, like opening up about something that you didn't think you could share, but you're like, okay, I could share this little bit, and then a flow-on conversation starts to happen, and it could be one person, it could be anonymous on a phone line, or it could be on a social media platform. I think that's how we start to open up those walls inside us, or break through those walls and let other people in. I think that is the best advice I could give.
Actually, it's really a joy, talking with you, Jess. So, and then thank you so much for sharing your story. Look forward to your book and your success with your book. Again, for the audience, I'm really glad. Hopefully, our stories inspire you and to motivate you to also be open, and then to think about your own stories and to embrace your stories.
Thanks, Winnie. It's been so nice to get to know you and hear your story. I'm definitely going to go straight and check out Storyteller. I think everyone in the audience should definitely do that. We all need to keep sharing our stories and hearing each other's stories. So maybe that can be one challenge. People could go onto Storyteller and just share their story, which would be really awesome. But it's been great to meet you, and yeah, thank you.
Great to be here on this mid-year congress in my hometown, and it's so nice to be talking to you, David, and so nice to see you again.
Hi Nicole, well I'm actually in London at the moment, and this is what we've been doing for the last 18 months, doing things virtually, so I can't wait to get back in the room with you all. I hope you'll find this really interesting today, because I think me and Nicole are talking about things that really matter to us and also things that really matter to you guys. So I can't wait to be sat in front of you all, but for now I really hope you enjoy this talk. It's going to be really enjoyable.
I think for me, when I was starting off playing squash, I was lucky enough to be in the national team at a young age. So when I was 11, 12 years old, I had a support team from the Malaysian Sports Council that was giving us like a sports psychologist to work with, and he gathered all the national team together, and we had a training camp, and he asked all of us this question that, what do you want to do with your squash and what is your goal? And at an 11-year-old kid like me, I just said that I wanted to be world champion, and that was it. That was the first thing that came to my mind. And he said, so how does a world champion walk into the squash court? So I did my strut, walked in and act on world championing, and because I saw world champion squash player Sarah Fitzgerald. At the time, she was #1 in the world, and that's how she stood, how she was poised, and I wanted to be just like her. So that was my goal and what I was dreaming to be, and it started from there. the dream to become world #1 and world champion. And it had to come with visualization, having a goal, and that's how we learn to aspire to be better with mental training to prepare ourselves for what's to come.
I think that's so important for top athletes like yourself. I think it's so important at a very young age, you know, that you have your goals. You know, you knew that you wanted to be world champion. Nobody knew if you was going to be world champion, but you knew, and that's the most important thing. You know, when I was young, and someone turned around to me and said, "What would you like to do when you're a grown-up? What's your job going to be?" And mine was a professional footballer. I want to play for Manchester United, and I want to play for England. That was my dream. You know, I was lucky. I had, you know, parents that supported me, that took me to training sessions, that took me to the games, and that talked about football all the time with me. But it would have been very easy for me to, you know, because most kids are not that dedicated enough to sit there, to watch games, to learn, to go to bed early, to eat the right things, to drink the right things. And all of these things are so important. So it's so important to have goals in life. And my goal was to play for Manchester United and to play for my country. And I was lucky enough that I was able to do that.
Yeah, it was so important for me to have that, like you said, your family really taking you to the squash lessons, to competitions, and to see you through all those phases, because it's not every kid's position to have that support around all the time, because it's either you have to do one or the other, whether you study or play sport. And my parents were very open to the fact that sport actually helped me in my studies, and I was a better student through sport, and it gave me more discipline, more time management and dedication to my studies, and that's why they let me play sport. And also my dad was a former footballer for Malaysia. He was a goalkeeper for Malaysia and a sports person himself, so that's where I got that competitive edge from him, and also the sports genes. So he knew that sport was so important to his life, and he knew that if he gave my sisters, I have 2 older sisters, and the chance to play sport, we can really develop and grow as better people, and also through our studying we will be better as well. But when I wanted to become a professional squash player, they just gave me their blessings, and they said, you know what, go for it and fulfill your dreams. And I had the support from the Malaysian government. I had my sponsors coming in to really give me that chance to pursue my dream, and I took the chance, so here I am.
It's an amazing story, and also to have the support of your parents is such a big part of, you know, your success. How was your father when he was watching you? Was he competitive? Was he shouting?
Well, he's always nervous. Both my parents will be like outside in the stands, just really like shaking. He's a footballer, so his legs keep going like fidgeting in his seat, so he can't sit still. And but no, they are truly like right by my side. Even when I was away, I had to leave to Amsterdam to train when I was 18 years old with my coach Liz, and they let me go. Being an 18-year-old, you don't get that very often, that your parents let you go to a foreign country and on your own, and it's like, okay, do what you want to do, you know. And so that was really big for them, because in Malaysia it's so important to have like your degree. You need to have your studies, because that will secure your future. But my parents knew that that's what I wanted to do. And kids, when they play sport, that dedication is not easy to come around, or that hard work to do, be disciplined. But when you want to be a professional athlete, it takes another level of commitment to go.
They must be very proud. Purpose is a huge part of success, and working hard. You know, you have to have purpose to get up in the morning, to go to the office, to go to the training ground, and there has to be a huge part of that, and a huge part of the drive. You know, I think that's an important part of this. You know, there was not one morning when I woke up and I didn't want to go to training, and there's not one moment where I wake up now I've retired and don't want to go to the office and don't want to see the team and don't want to find out what's going on. So there's a real sense of purpose that has to be in there and is in there, and that really shines through.
Yeah, I agree. Like from sport, like you said, like I never once felt that when I woke up in the morning I didn't have a sense of purpose when I was going to training, and it didn't feel like it was a dread or something that you are sacrificing. It's just because you have an end goal, you have something to work towards, to improve yourself, to get better, to see how far you can push yourself, and that's the purpose that you want to go towards, like seeing the potential that lies ahead inside you, and that you can just make it happen for yourself. And that was the purpose that was driving me to my training. And now after retirement, my purpose to really do something for people, for kids, to use sport and education to really take them to that next level of what I can offer through that. And that makes me wake up in the morning thinking that I can give that back to these kids that want something more. And through my Nicole David organization, it's going to be extracurricular activity for mid to low income families that want to play squash, have English lessons, and also life skills. So these three things that I know that squash has given me all these values, and I know that if they take on squash and they have English as a gateway of opportunity to do something more for their life in future, I feel that this holistic growth for them in the organization will help them in their own way. That's my true purpose now, to move forward and help these kids.
You know, one of the things that has been most important for me, you know, obviously since I finished playing and also towards the end of my career, is how can I give back? You know, how can I give back to a sport that has given me so much over the years, on and off the pitch. And one of the things that I'm really excited about, that has been going for quite a few years now, is the academy that we have for children of the ages from 12 years to 23 years in Miami. And what excites me about that is the fact that we're giving these kids the opportunity to play in a safe place, to learn from great coaches, and also have the opportunity to go on and have a great career in the sport. You know, some of these kids are coming from different places around Miami and South Florida, and they're given the opportunity to play a game that they love and also to learn, because, you know, we have the professional players that come down and help the kids. You know, these kids get the opportunity to train on a pitch where they can actually see, you know, the professionals train. So the academy has been such a huge part of why I'm doing, you know, the team in Miami, in all honesty, because it's always been a massive part of, you know, what I want to give back to the sport. And it's one of the first things that I made sure that was set up in Miami. You know, the first things that was the most important thing to me. You know, obviously I want to win championships, obviously we want to be successful as a club, but the academy is something that from day one I said this is the most important thing, because we're giving these young kids the opportunity to actually play the game in a safe place, and also be coached in a sport that is the biggest and best sport in the world. So they're given the opportunity to actually have a successful career, and even if they don't go on to have successful careers in the sport, then, you know, it's a life journey. You know, they're one of the things that was said to me as a young kid, and also pretty recently, that one of our coaches from Manchester United, it wasn't just about teaching us about the sport, it wasn't just about playing football. Actually, he was teaching us to be good human beings, and I think that's a big part of what we do at Miami. You know, we have young kids there that are 12, 13 years old. You know, they arrive at training, they're all dressed how they should be, they go up to the coaches, they shake hands, they say good afternoon or good evening, you know, and they're helping, you know, with the coaches, whether it's picking up the balls, whether it's tidying up the field. So that is a huge part of what we do at Miami. It's not just about the football side, it's actually about, you know, the human side as well, and that's a big part of what we do in Miami.
I'm super proud to be an ambassador for AIA and also their vitality program to really make changes in people's lives to live healthier and longer, better lives. And I think what they have in store for the people is really something that is a fun way of making sure that they stay on track with their health and wellness. So with their food, whether it's their exercise, and just keeping on track on their health is so important. And I'm so glad that I can be part of this movement to make this happen for people out there that want to feel better. And through the AIA Vitality program, I definitely see the changes that I've done as well, because it's a lot of fun and I'm competitive, so I want to get those points and rewards for myself and to get up in that rankings as well.
It also makes me very proud to know that I'm ambassador of AIA, and obviously the Vitality program for me is so important because I've really seen the difference that it does to people's lives, not just people that are my age, your age and older, but also for younger people, because we're trying to educate, you know, at such a young age. You know, even at my age and people older than us, you know, we're still trying to educate them in a certain way. But if we can do that to young kids, if we can give them the opportunity to learn, you know, how to look after themselves, what they need to do, go for a walk, you know, go to the park, eat the right things, drink the right things, you know, and those small changes, we say it all the time, and it's one of the taglines, those small changes sometimes can make the biggest difference. So, you know, for me personally, to be an ambassador in the way that we are helping people, it means a lot to me, and it also to see, you know, to see the differences in people. It's quite remarkable, and it makes me feel very proud to be part of an organisation. And I say organisation, I say a partnership, but it's a family. So to be part of a family in this way, you know, for me personally, it makes me very proud. Well, Nicole, it's gone so fast, and I really hate to say goodbye, but at some point we'll be in the same room and we'll be able to do this again and again. So thank you so much. It was so lovely seeing you, and so lovely seeing you all. And like I said, Nicole, thank you so much. It was so much fun talking about things that we really care about.
Thanks, David, for talking to me and also sharing your story and all that you're going towards. And to everyone here, it's been great spending this time with you and all of you out there. Hope you have a great time, and I had an absolute blast with you, David.
During lockdown, I started to cook outside with my son, with Theo, quite early on, because first of all, I felt like I was really stuck indoors in the kitchen all the time, whether it's for filming or running virtual classes and things like that. I felt like I just needed some fresh air. I wanted to also get Theo involved with cooking more, because his eating habits weren't great before the lockdown in his first couple of years. When you're cooking outside, you need to actually travel light, and you need very few ingredients, or as few ingredients as possible. You also need to use simple bits of equipment so that there's not too much washing up. Having sort of thought about what I wanted to cook with Theo outdoors for a little bit of fun, things like this banana pancake are great because it gets your kids eating more fruit, but also making the doughs very interactive. I swapped out a classic plain flour dough to make a sort of kind of roti, but with wholemeal flour, which is far healthier. It is absolutely homemade with simple ingredients, but by my 4-year-old, with a little bit of help for the kneading.
Do you like sweet things?
Yes.
Oh, you do. Are sweet things good for you?
No.
No, but it's okay once in a while, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it nice to have a sweet thing as a treat?
Yeah.
Having a frying pan on a sort of medium heat with a little bit of oil or butter could be seen as dangerous, but so long as Theo's holding your hand and you're holding the pan and you're sort of teaching them about like heat and where the dangers may be and how to be safe, at a young age, I think they pick that up very quickly. Theo loves the process from start to finish. He gets a little bit scared of the actual cooking when he's in front of a hot hob, but that's okay. It's like when you go swimming in the sea, you should be scared of the ocean. So whether you're outdoors or indoors, you only need a few bits of equipment, simple bits of equipment like a rolling pin, a surface to work on. When you're outdoors, a chopping board works for that. And then just a frying pan and a spatula. Everything else is your hands, apart from a small knife just to help cut through that banana, but you could use a butter knife for that. Get your kids involved, show them where they need to be careful with cooking, but allow them their independence to help them keep themselves safe whilst they're cooking. Okay, I'll eat it.
Joking.
Only joking. Right. Cheers. Good team effort. Welcome to AIA Live's 60-second challenge. I'm here with Sean from Spurs Global Coaches today, and we've been tasked with challenging you to challenge me.
Yes, we're going to switch roles. I'm going to challenge you with the football, you're going to challenge me in the kitchen.
Oh dear, I'm pretty sure Sean's going to put me to work, but I'm going to get him to do some serious knife skills and see how good he is on the board.
So this challenge is going to test your hand-eye coordination, your balance and your ball control. Okay, so you need to make sure you can control it in this tight area without breaking anything. So you start just getting the ball through your legs, then you go right foot, up, left foot, right knee, right shoulder, left shoulder, header, and that's one.
Okay, that's one.
And you've got to see how many you can do in 60 seconds.
So, your challenge, you've got 60 seconds to do this. I'm going to do it slowly. You've got your crab hand, right? And you're going to julienne your mango.
Julienne, sounds good.
Okay, so you're going to slice down on the end, and then just slice a little bit off the top as well. And then you're going to peel your mango in long sawing motions like this. Okay? Peel round, peel the mango. Okay? Once you're round your mango, then you're going to take that mango and julienne, which is basically matchsticking your mango. So you want to see kind of where the core is, and you want to press down towards that core and hit that core all the way across. Once you've hit that core, turn it up, and then you just slice down, and you get these matchsticks of mango. You up for it?
I'm very up for it.
Right, so let's switch.
Let's do it.
We've got 60 seconds, Sean. 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, smooth. Oh, come on.
Oh, concentrate, Jeremy.
Sorry. Shoulders. I talk to myself when I'm cooking, and now I'm doing the same.
Oh dear.
How are you doing, Sean?
I'm doing okay.
Oh.
Getting to the next.
3.
Phase 1 done.
Good.
Oh, a bit more to peel there.
Don't worry if it's a bit wonky, okay?
Okay,
3.
now I need to get
I'm sweating.
Turn off.
Yeah.
Dave.
10 seconds to go, I think.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
3, 2, 1, stop. Well, you managed to get something out.
I've got some mango. I've got half a sauce here.
Tell you what, that 60 seconds goes quickly, doesn't it?
It does.
But we got something out. So let's finish off the dish. Right, so you've got your mango.
Yes.
You've got half your sauce, which is, you've got garlic, chili, and you've poured the fish sauce in.
Yeah.
Maybe a teaspoon or so of that palm sugar into that sauce. Give that a good mix. Try and sort of melt that in, so let it dissolve. So give the lime a good squeeze. And this is really nice and healthy because it's just some fruit and your prawns, which nice lean protein.
Prawns in there?
Yeah, you can pop them in the sauce, why not? So that can go on top.
Chuck it all in there?
Yeah, all over the top. Look at that. Whoa. And then a few herbs on top of that. Oh.
So you've got to give it the...
Yeah, that was a little bit of zhuzh. Yeah. All right, you taste it first. Tell me what you think.
You know what? I'm quite impressed with that, to be fair. I'd buy that. I'd pay for that.
So guys, thanks a lot for joining in the fun. We've had a lot of fun.
It's always good to set yourself a challenge.
Especially to live healthier, longer, better lives.
We're in the final stretch of AIA Live for 2021. Before we go, let's return to our focus on the environment and its impact on health and wellness. Hear from our experts on how, as individuals, we can take collective action to create a more positive impact on the world around us. We also bring you perspectives from a diverse group of individuals from different backgrounds to share their views on how cultivating mental well-being is a community undertaking. On behalf of AIA, I'm your host, Cecilia Mazeka. We hope you have enjoyed this year's AIA Live, bringing you education, motivation, and inspiration to live healthier, longer, better lives.
Warm welcome to all of you who have joined us today for the AIA Live 2021 Environmental Wellness Dialogue. My name is Jessica Chiam, founder and managing director of EcoBusiness, and I'm delighted to be your host and moderator today. Now, the topic for today is an exciting and timely one. I think we all acknowledge now that climate change poses various threats to the health and well-being of humanity. The increased impacts of extreme weather events, rising pollution, infectious diseases, and changes in food security affects both the physical and mental health of billions across Asia. As the issues around climate change gain wider attention, it is also starting to impact people's well-being. A growing stream of studies have looked into how people's emotions and life evaluations depend on environmental factors, including temperature, air pollution, infrastructure, and natural disasters. There is therefore an urgent need to inspire collective action, especially among the youth, who will be our leaders of tomorrow. We thank AIA for organizing this important discussion, and we have very distinguished speakers to share their perspectives with us today. And I'd like to introduce them now. They are Mr. Renzo Guinto, Associate Professor, Practice of Global Public Health, Inaugural Director of the Planetary and Global Health Program at the St. Luke's Medical Center, College of Medicine. We have Mr. Tim Jarvis, an explorer, environmental scientist, founder of the Fork Tree Project, and AIA Vitality Ambassador, Australia. We also have Ms. Zhang Tingjun, co-founder of the Chain Reaction Project. Thank you so much, speakers, for joining us today. I want to move on to a topic around individual action, which all of you have spoken about, and also the role of youths. And perhaps, Renzo, I could get you to share, because obviously the Philippines is a very young country, and you're facing a lot of climate challenges. And I know that politically as well, the climate policies have been quite controversial, but it is gaining support. I mean, what role do you see the youth playing, and how have you interacted with this demographic?
I think it's time for young people to be given not just a seat, but many seats around the table, because they will be the leaders of tomorrow. And of course, that sounds cliche, but that's really what it is, right? They will be the ones running in a few years' time, in a few decades' time. And I think I'm already seeing signs of that and positive signs of that. A while ago it was mentioned Greta Thunberg, but you have Greta Thunbergs all around in Asia, in Africa, in many parts of the world, of indigenous young leaders who are also stepping up and calling out big corporates or governments who may not be fulfilling their climate promises.
Thank you so much, Renzo. Very inspiring thoughts for us. Tim, I want to come to you. You mentioned a little bit about the educational aspect of your Fork Tree project. Can I just maybe ask you, what are your thoughts around education to help our youth to become climate literate? Are our education systems doing enough to equip them with the skills to navigate this future that we're seeing?
What we try and do at Fork Tree is, yes, we teach sort of core subjects related to sustainability more generally, but we also try and teach people about systems thinking, how everything is very interconnected, and how you solve complex problems. And of course, nature is a wonderful example to use because it is so incredibly interconnected and so complex, and yet can be destabilized very, very easily by small changes to a huge system like the planetary system. Small changes can have huge repercussions. So we teach that sort of side of things. And we also teach the idea of people standing up to be counted and trying to make a difference. And it doesn't have to be with planting trees, which is, of course, what we do. It's taking some of that thinking back to their everyday lives, talking to their parents, to their peers, to their colleagues, to their teachers, changing the way things are done at school. And, of course, growing them up into sort of adults, if they're kids, who see nature in a very different light to perhaps this generation.
Tingjin, you were going to add your thoughts?
I really do think that part of the responsibility that we have as an adult generation is leading by example. And I think that oftentimes we leave it to schools or educators to teach the children about things like recycling, for example, but we don't actually incorporate enough of those changes personally in our own lives. We may talk about it because we know that's what we're supposed to teach the next generation, but I think that as households, if you're leading one or part of one, I think it's really important that you incorporate those changes at home.
Somebody stumbled on our conversation and they were like, where do I even begin? Where can they go and what kind of resources are available to them?
So what are these key principles of planetary citizenship, right? Systems thinking, acknowledging that what happens here has an effect elsewhere, or what happens in another part of the world has impacts at home. This reevaluation of our relationship with nature. So I think that is an important resource. People our capacity to learn and to act together. I think we need to capitalize on that.
Oh, well, I think Renzo makes a lot of wonderful points there. I mean, I think the biggest resource we have is us, and I think probably the biggest realization people have to make is that there is no us and them. We are the ones who buy the food. We are the ones who travel. We are the ones who vote in the governments we have. We are the ones who invest our money in the organizations whose behavior we don't like. I mean, there really is no us and them. And even when government decides to make a judgment, even if it's at a national level or at an international dialogue like the climate change talks and in Paris and subsequent ones, at the end of the day, all of the policy levers that get put into place and the taxes and the laws really are designed to change the behavior of us. And I think coming to the realization that it's really down to you and me to be the ones who make a difference at a personal level, getting behind a project local to you, voting the right way, making choices about your food that have benefits for both the environment and your health, thinking about how you travel around, thinking about how you live, influencing others around you. I think that's a big realization.
Oftentimes, I think the obstacles to doing something is whether or not it's going to be fun, whether or not you've got friends, a social group that makes that activity of whether you're planting a tree or picking, garbage off the beach. I think sometimes the goal may be lofty, but I think it's always important to surround yourself with like-minded individuals, or to bring friends into it, or family members. Make it fun, right? And I think part of it is taking a chance. You know, when you go online and you search for something, when you talk about resources, you can have 1,000 things that come up. Resource 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups, like millions of groups. Which one do you join? I think it's important not to get stuck at that phase, you know, and then have that inertia to get beyond it.
And knowing that we all need to work together to combat the effects of climate change, what is the one thing that all of us can do?
Regardless of, you know, your profession or your discipline or the craft that you have a role to play in improving the health of our people, at the same time improving the health of our planet.
I would say that talking about it is great, but you shouldn't just talk about it. I would say pick one thing and then just do it. You know, you don't have to be Captain Planet and save the whole world, but you pick one thing and do that for like the next 30 days, and then pick the next thing and do it for 30 days, you know, and see how that goes. So just to start.
If you don't like it, change it and be the one to lead it. That's what I would say. It is down to each one of us to make a difference. And there's plenty within our control that enable us to be the ones who make that change.
Thank you very much. I think on that note, I would like to thank all our speakers for such an insightful and exciting discussion. You've been listening to the AIA 2021 Environmental Wellness Dialogue, and with me is Mr. Renzo Guinto, Mr. Tim Jarvis, and Ms. Zhang Ting Jun. Thank you so much, speakers. I'm really glad to have met all of you and had this chat, and I hope to stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another one is called flying dove.
Flying dove.
Yeah, the dove.
Okay, I like all these names.
So you see when you hear like this, you hear. Now what you're going to do, again you're going to see, open, relax your hands like this. Yes. Now breathe in. See? Now breathe out. See? It's like a bird flying.
Okay.
Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. You look like a bird flying anyway.
Thank you. A flying dove.
Flying
Maybe
dove.
not a dove. Maybe a pigeon.
You see? So it's very easy. All the exercises you learn are very easy. It's very easy to perform and very easy to remember.
Hi everyone.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Everyone.
Mental wellness to me is that you are free in your space and within that community, whatever that community may be, to express your feelings, to feel happy, to feel sad, because it isn't all roses. You know, it isn't all happy times. There are lots of times that I was presented with injury, or I was presented with kind of not playing because of, you know, someone playing better than me. And when that's your life and your world and everything you work for, that's tough. When you're losing on the pitch as a team and you're not gelling as a team, or something's going wrong. So mental wellness to me is being able to express myself, to be myself, and whatever emotional state that takes. Not every day is a good day, and that's also okay. But the beauty that we had at Tottenham was that people say that, but when I tell people this, they think I'm crazy, but I had a second family. So I'd have my family at home, but then I'd also have a second family. And the beauty of having that second family is that you've got 22, 23 other girls with all different personalities. And that to me was the absolute beauty of having a second family, as I call it, or a community of people to help me.
To me personally, I grew up in this environment where everyone around me was playing sport. My dad was a professional footballer playing for the Socceroos. My mum used to coach people in swimming and basketball as well. And that was kind of expected of me as well, growing up, you know, playing in competitive sports. But From a young age, I was suffering from depression and couldn't really come to terms with it. And everyone that I had around me at that point in time kind of just dismissed it or pushed aside, saying, "Oh, you're just a little bit sad. Go outside, go for a run, you'll be fine." Or even the very stereotypical, men don't cry. Go, you shouldn't be feeling this way. And it wasn't until I was working in Australia, working with the Oceanic Pro League commentating team for League of Legends, where I actually opened up to one of my co-on-air presenters, and he sat me down and said, "Look, that's a perfectly reasonable way to feel. It's completely normal. What can I do to help you?" And it was the first time I truly heard that from somebody, and just hearing that alone made me feel so much better. And from then onwards, I was able to take a path where I was able to seek therapy, and I was happy talking about my experience, and I was more content with the way I felt and didn't feel like I was an outcast anymore, just because I had people that were around me that were saying, "You know what, that's perfectly fine, man. We will support you no matter what, and how you feel is completely reasonable, and we're there for you if you need anything." That enough was alone. And then I really realized how important it is to have that support network and that community that's behind you, who always has your back and is just there to listen and let you know that it's okay.
Shannon, before you were speaking about how you had two families. You had your family and then you had your community with sport. And that's how so many people feel with sport, and especially in Australia, it's a religion to some people. But the really harsh reality is that almost 50% of LGBTIQ plus people, especially males, intentionally exclude themselves from male team dominated sports because they don't feel welcome. That to me is just absolutely harrowing, and a lot of especially gay and bi males as well intentionally exclude themselves because they don't feel welcome, and that's because of the intentional and unintentional language that happens. The kind of casual normalization of homophobia is still absolutely rife, and at the end of the day, that's someone's place of safety, that's someone's workspace when you get to an elite level. And I find that really sad to think that people are literally removing themselves from a space because they don't feel like they can be their authentic selves. And speaking about mental health within the community, just as a whole, the LGBTIQ plus community is 4 to 5 times more likely than the straight community to take their own lives. 14% more likely to attempt suicide. That usually happens around the age of 16. With 50% of the trans community attempting suicide at least once in their lives. So not only am I incredibly passionate about this, but it's also backed up by research.
I would say that the last 4 to 5 years is where mental health has become a large topic within the gaming sphere. Before that, it was something that just was never talked about. It's a predominantly male activity and has been for a very long time, and a lot of guys that play the games just don't talk about their mental health and they don't share that information. I would say, however, over the last 4 to 5 years, more and more people have started speaking up, and we have seen a lot of large campaigns from either video game companies or even some of the competitive esports leagues. In Australia, there was the Oceanic Pro League, which joined forces with Headspace to create an entire round of their league, which would become the Headspace round. And the entire idea was to use that weekend to promote mental health awareness. They got together a bunch of athletes to talk about their struggles with mental health and to share different pieces of information, as well as where people can find the resources to try and improve. And I think through campaigns like the OPL and Headspace collaboration, we are starting to see more gamers within the communities be more comfortable talking about it with their friends. Even if they're not necessarily struggling, they're more than happy to engage in those conversations and to make sure that their friends feel okay and make sure that they start to feel a bit more comfortable with the people that they're playing their games with. So it's been really uplifting to see that just within the gaming communities itself, we're seeing more and more activism and more people being more accepting.
So Angie made an amazing point with regards to kind of men and speaking out, and that's just one area of kind of a lot of mental health battles. And I think there is a stigma. Men are supposed to be okay, and you use terminology like man up, and that's what is there to be broken, because male mental health is just as important as female mental health, and putting it kind of out there that it's okay, you know, it's breaking stigmas that, you know, it's not okay to be okay, and you know, it's absolutely fine, especially given the pandemic, especially given the current situation that, you know, people have battled probably more so with their mental health, to speak out, to reach out, to know that there's communities, there's people that will listen, and there's also professional help that's available. So it's signposting people as well. Sometimes people might not know where to start. Everyone presents mental health in different ways. Some may, you know, kind of withdraw from a group. Some may be over chatty. Some, you know, may get into something to use it as a distraction technique. You know, and I work with predominantly boys, you know, and they might call me the mum of the group sometimes. It's also about making sure for them that they are okay on every level. Like, you know, boys, are you all right? And for us, sometimes it's let's go for a workout, or let's go for a coffee, or let's go and do something, you know. And when we work away from home, you know, that's tough. And men are impacted the same as women are impacted. They miss their families, they miss their friends, and that's okay. It's okay to have them feelings and emotions.
I really liked what you said about everyone deals with mental health very differently as well, particularly when you said people find escape, because I remember video games being my escape, because I was always from that sporting background. Dad's like, go and play football, mum says go and swim, but video games was my escape, and finding that community just to have a hobby that allowed me to escape was fantastic, and then the community that actually supported me through that was fantastic as well. And I know my dad used to speak quite a lot about how football was his escape, and that would be his way to decompress. You know, at the time of founding the academy, he was becoming a very strong advocate for mental health, because he was known as the tough as nails defender that nobody could mess with. But then he never spoke about his own struggles, which he had kept bottled up for 20, 30 years. And finally, during the last few years of his life, he started talking about it. Like, people know that, you know, things are okay. And I think it's really important that when people find these healthy ways to escape, that they're also supported when they do so they can not only find something to distract themselves, but then get better at the same time. When we took over the academy, we wanted to make sure we built a community of footballers of all ages. So the youngest kids that we have are 1.5 years old. They just love to run around. They'll throw the ball everywhere. And it's more just about having fun and exercising. And then we have a very serious youth squad that competes in some of the local competitions. And then we even have a group of adults that play, you know, once or twice a week just for fun. And what we really want to spread is that community vibe. We want it not to be somewhere that you're going to just kick a ball around for an hour. We want this to be part of your life and a community that you can really rely on. And we want to just keep pushing that message forward so we can find as many footballers in Singapore to join this community and make it even bigger and bigger.
Really small things that people can do, because it is up to every single individual to create a safe and welcoming space. It's our responsibility. If you hear or see something that you know is bigotry or discriminatory, call it out if you feel safe. We have seen through our research and just through kind of common sense that, you know, when you allow certain behaviour and language to happen, it can be perceived as the same as condoning it. Just two takeaways that I would love to share that can make it really easy to be really inclusive and welcoming is things like presentations. If you're someone that presents to a massive group, you know, it's very common to say, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When we do that and use very gender-specific terms, it can eliminate the non-binary and gender diverse and trans community. So doing something as simple and as easy as good morning, everyone, it includes everyone. And also, I would also just say, never ever assume that you know how someone identifies or their sexuality. I remember it so clearly in 2017, a complete burnout, a complete breakdown. And I went to a place that I had never been to before, mentally, emotionally, physically. And I promised myself that if I was to get out of this, I've got to put things in place where I do not get back there. So what I would say is prevention, or like prevention techniques. And what Shannon was saying is gratitude is something that I have also like kind of really learnt or started practicing come March this year. And at night time, I write 3 things that I'm grateful for at the end of the day. And research has even shown that it like scientifically changes your brain into how you perceive the world. It's really, really interesting. But I realized again pretty quickly that unless I'm well, I can't be a benefit to anyone else. So the things that I was speaking about, meditation, gratitude. And so when times are getting quite tough, I know it might seem like a pretty trivial thing, but, you know, using our social media platforms to just continuously send out love and positivity and be able to give people resources if they do need to speak to someone or connect with a group, whether that be face-to-face when we can or virtually. So they very much know that they're not alone. You know, being in the closet, if you will, can be an incredibly isolating space to begin with. But then when you are actually isolated, how that is emphasised is it can be paramount. So resources and, again, community groups, because at the end of the day, when you feel respected and you feel like you belong, you are healthier.
I loved what Angie says about gratitude, feeling appreciated. If you feel appreciated, if you feel listened to, if you feel respected, and these are all team concepts that are crucial to feeling good, you give so much more than you ever humanly think is possible if you get given that. So that's really important, I think, in team situations to give that respect. Now what I do post my rugby career, a few years ago, my family and I started a community food kitchen. We call it Eddie's Meals. We started it really, we do it once a month just to share our blessings with the community, but also to support and bring the community together. We put on occasions, and food kitchens are the same all around the world, but they're a vital part of what we do to bring people together, to look after people, to give people something to look to plan for, which for me is important to have some structure and planning in place. And some of the people that come along look forward to it like they used to look forward to the old community dance. For you to give to others, that firstly you look after yourself. If you look after yourself first and foremost, look after your own health and well-being, your own focal points, you then can give.
I really like what Ian said about kind of you know, when you're kind of mental well-being, like the impact of exercise and being out in nature and having fun. I think these are basic, your kind of foundations really, again, I think for mental well-being. I mean, I know what I'm like. If I go outside, I exercise, and you know, everyone's exercise regimes are different. It doesn't have to be a 50-kilometer run. It can be a walk around the park with your dog or your best friend, having a coffee and a chat. That, you know, is the social element, it's the exercise element, you know, or if it can be a bottle of water, whatever it might be, you know. So I think you can't ever underestimate that. So Ian, I think it's a great point.
One thing I like to leave everyone with is a quote from one of my colleagues in Australia. His name is Stephen Yuki. He used to always just say, everyone has problems. It's universal. And I really love what Angie has been talking about this entire time, which is you don't know the struggles people are going through, and you need to make sure that you are taking into account the possibilities of the people you're talking to having problems and dealing with difficult times. Always keep that in mind throughout your day, and then it will make it much easier for people who have problems and want to speak up about it. Have that safe space where they can feel not only included, but feel like they have a community they can rely on. And we all have that part to play in whatever community you're in to make sure people feel safe and feel comfortable.
I think that one of the silver linings of the pandemic is that every single person I know, whether I thought they were the most resilient people or the most vulnerable, everyone has spoken about mental health. I think it's really been normalised through the pandemic because everyone's experiencing something. So if there's a positive of the pandemic, for me personally, I've seen a lot more kind of like normalisation around mental health, which is very needed. I just want to say that an old dog can learn new tricks through awareness and education. I'm really proud to say that, you know, my dad is a reformed homophobe. He always used that language and behaviour, and my middle brother is gay. And he's one of those people in the statistics who removed himself from male team-dominated sports. My dad has said publicly and also in private that his biggest regret in football and in society is not knowing how many people he hurt along the way because of his language. So just echoing what Matthew was just saying then, you don't always know who's around, you don't know how people identify, you don't know what people are going through. And so I just want to really leave it, because I don't know who's listening, I just want to say be very proud of who you are and be who you are unapologetically.
There is always light at the end of the tunnel. I love it when the sun comes out the next morning, because that's the start of a new day, a start of a new opportunity. And I just really want people, firstly, to look after themselves so they can then look after others. Please do really look after yourselves, your own mental health and well-being, your own fitness requirements first, and then you can give so much more. Have the gratitude of every day and just have a think about, are my buckets full? Am I in balance? Am I in sync with the world? And if you are, you're going to have a great day. We're all going to get through this pandemic together. We're all going to come out the other end healthier, fitter, stronger, faster, mentally more prepared, so we can all live healthier, longer, better lives. Ngā mihi, thank you very much. Take care.
See ya.
Bye everyone.
See you, everyone.
Thanks for joining us. I hope you feel motivated and inspired after today's AIA Live. Stay positive, help each other, and try new things that can help you and your loved ones live healthier, longer, better lives. See you all soon and take care.